You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to Walker Park. It is finals football out here, and we've got a big Division 2 first semi-final between Wantirna South and Mulgrave to discuss this afternoon. Massive clash. The winner to go through to the preliminary final to face Surrey Park. The loser will be out of the running in Division 2 2025 season. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the EFNL, joined by Jared Benlin and Matt Spider-Lee. Jared, I'll start with you first. Obviously, great to be back out here at Walker Park. Ground in fantastic condition, very green grass out there. Got the final series banner on the far side. Always great to get out here to Walker Park, and for a final, it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, Ryan. I always look forward to coming here to Walker Park. I'm going to be on the boundary for the game, and it's probably my favourite ground to be on the boundary side for, because the atmosphere is always electric, it's always intense, it's such a cauldron, this ground, and it's just going to be a fantastic day of footy here.
And Matt Spider-Lee also joining us. We've got Jason Heffernan about to enter in the box, but good to have you on board, Spider.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ryan, Jared, and all of our listeners and viewers. What a day it's going to be. Looking forward to the contest. So much on the line for both these two teams, and what a weekend it's been to date so far.
Yeah, certainly right. And we are welcomed by the senior coach of the Wantirna South Football Club, and Jason Heffernan. And great to have you on board here on a fantastic Sunday afternoon, and a big chance to move on to a preliminary final today.
Thank you so much for having me up here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. You played out at this ground last week and had your first look at finals footy in Division 2. Obviously didn't come away with the result, but what did you take out of that game against Surrey Park that you're going to look at today?
Yeah, for us, look, to give Surrey their credit, they came with a really defined game plan, and they repeated it yesterday as well. So very well drilled. And then the focus turned to us during the week, and it's really about being prepared, like really being prepared for the difference between home and away footy and finals football. Not to allow distractions to influence your routine and your preparation. And so we really sort of needed to go a little bit deep with the boys and get them to be quite honest. And when we got that, we could actually implement some things during the week. And, you know, like we said to our fellas, sometimes you got to live these things before you know what they feel like. And now they've lived it. Let's get out there today and go nuts.
And is that the beauty of the double chance, really, in a sense? Because you've had a fantastic home and away season, and I think, at least from an outside point of view, you know, surpassed expectations, and you come in and obviously get that first final out of the way with, and now you come into another one, and a lot of these guys who, so you've had some players coming through injury in the second half of the year come back in the side. Do you think that sort of helps you now going in? You've had that first chance, and now you've got to obviously now come into another strong opposition.
Yeah, you would like to. I mean, and the reality is, like, that becomes part of the headspace stuff, doesn't it? Like, the season has been great. That's why we've got the double chance. Acknowledge the loss, don't dwell on it. The injuries and whatnot, they happened sort of after we'd had a great start, and then towards the end of the season with, say, the loss to Waverley, the draw with Mully. Yep. We were filtering them back, but it kind of helped us with their resilience as well during that part. So, yeah, the double chance is a great thing if you can, make the most of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Jason, great to speak to you. How do you see the difference between the two sides? Because just looking at the previous results, it's been a couple of very high-scoring games, including the draw, of course. A lot of scoring shots for you guys also during that. It seems like, from what I'm envisioning, it's going to be quite a helter-skelter sort of potentially a shootout kind of a game. Does that change with finals footy? What have you taken from Mulgrave, the games you've had against them? Do you think that's how it's going to play out?
Yeah, look, I mean, they're a good team, and their weapons are strong, so I feel like we match up well with them, as in we're similar. They're a high possession team, but they don't have a lot of uncontested marks. But their contested footy is off the charts as well. So you give Mulgrave a lot of credit. Oh, the handball, and they find this and do that, but their contested footy is awesome. Well, so we're very equal in that part, and we have a lot of inside 50. So I feel like it's, who can use the ball the best and quick turnovers. So they'll obviously catch us, and if we can catch them, the scores might come down because of the pressure of the footy, but our goal is to play the way that we want to play. Yeah. So, but no, they've had a great year, and we've had great games against them.
And one of the hallmarks of how I've seen Wantirna South play, not just this year, but in previous years back when they were up in Division 1 and having some success there, a lot of different goal kickers. There always seems to be a fairly high volume of players who are getting on the scoreboard fairly consistently. Is that a strength that you came into Wantirna South identifying and then trying to sort of capitalise on? Yeah,
definitely, and more so this year, just to with Jack O'Keefe coming back, he added another layer. And the good part about it is they're young fellas and they're homegrown players like Liam Hewitt and Jamie Hunt, and so the spread of the goal kickers is really cool. And Huey's had some big days this year, and then a week later kick 1 or 2, and Quinny will kick 2 or 3, and Jesse Warner. So, you got to spread the load. And as you've seen in last week, yesterday, the key forwards and the key backs, they kind of nullify each other. No one's getting off the chain. So spread it out and contribute.
Good luck this afternoon, Jason. Promises to be in an enthralling battle. So when the whiteboard's up this afternoon and you're delivering the final messages, what are the 3 main focus points you're going to really drill down on in terms of the things that you really want to get out of this afternoon's contest?
Yeah, I think the truth of the matter is we had to say to the boys, you had a feeling last week and you didn't like it. So what are you going to do today to get the feeling that you want? So you've got to come prepared. You've got to give your absolute best every moment, every second, every contest, to really just be prepared for what is actually expected of a senior footballer when they play finals footy, and not to deviate from that, and really keep it nice and simple, but be proud of the small things, because they're the things that will make the biggest difference.
Do you have a bit of a reflection piece about when your two teams have played throughout the course of the season as well, and some moments that might impact the game, and some little things that when the two teams have played throughout the course of the year, because the two matches you've played, you know each other's style of play very well. You've had some really tight battles, and so there's going to be key moments in the game when you're going to be demanding of players some things that have come up throughout the course of the year. So you'll go, boys, we know how this works. Are they the sort of things that you're going to be really reliant on the players without being asked to do it, that they just know how to do it?
Absolutely, and the way that modern footy's done now, and it doesn't matter if you're AFL or Z grade amateurs, everyone is, we're all copycats. So every club does a review, every club has their games videoed.
Yep.
So what you want from your boys now is to say, let's not have wasted the 18 Tuesday nights where you've done video and showed stats, and this is game plan, style and structure. And what we've sort of looked at and said, if we can stick to our game plan, style and structure for a full 4 quarters, and they're going to try and do the same, it'll come down to the nitty-gritty moments, the blocks, the shepherd, the punch from behind, and in those moments to just be really, there's not so much capable, but at least be competitive in that. But sticking to what has worked is best.
From a coaching perspective, it's been a tough couple of years for Wantirna South, because I suppose this year we didn't really know what to expect from the club. The expectations were a little bit of an unknown. Were they a little bit of an unknown to you? Did you sort of have a little bit of a point of, okay, this is our mark for the year? Did you have a bit of a dot and a circle around it to say, this is what success will be measured by? Did you have that, or did you sort of say there's no measure on success, we'll just see where the season takes us?
Yeah, look, you can't deny it. When you be relegated, there's always a little bit of fear going down a division. I think Upper Gully and the Basin, off the top of my head, had tracked down to Division 3. So the fact that Baronia had dominated the comp for 2 years even made it hard to know who was going to be the team that would step up. whether it be Croydon or Mulgrave and you knew Surrey were going to be good coming up just based on 19s and recruiting. So to answer your question, we looked at the first 5 games. I think we played one team that had played in the finals last year and Surrey, and we thought, all right, if we can be ahead of the ledger 3-2, we've had a great start, and then we'll see how we go against the teams that had made the 5. And the longer we went on, the more we adjusted, because our goals were, let's just have a great pre-season. Let's have a great round 1. Geez. So we came together, I think, about 11 games in, and we said, all right, we actually need to do some genuine goal setting now, because prior to that, the club and myself, we were really unsure of what was going to happen. And I said, if we made the 5 or just missed out, I thought it would be successful. But by 11 games in, we rejigged it all, and then when we had a chance to double.
And the belief changes, doesn't it?
Yeah. And we had to give our players credit, because it was, let's have a big pre-season. Let's have a good practice games. Let's have good round 1. Let's have good round 2. Here's a video. Here's some stats. And they just kept on delivering. So in some aspects, I think the players and ourselves, we wanted what we've got now. There had to have been a bit of uncertainty whether it would happen based on, we won 1 game in 2 years. Sorry, we won, in a year and a half, we'd won 1 game of footy, if you go back to 2023.
That's right.
So,
Is that mentality at the start of the year, does that help in your players not getting ahead of themselves, essentially? Is that how you sort of see it, and the step-by-step transition?
Yeah. Look, not getting ahead of themselves, but, if you speak to our players as well, like I felt a lot of pressure even just in our practice games. We had to get some good opposition, but we had to get some good results.
Yeah.
Because after not winning for a whole season, if you play 2 practice games and get smashed, your players then would lose belief on what's coming. So everything's been strategic. Who we played in our practice games, the recruits that we brought in, the game plan, the style of how we wanted to play, and it was all about. It was so strategic, mate. And now that it's worked, we've got a fitness person come this year. First time I think Wani's had one for about 10 years.
Yep.
And that's her field of expertise, and we haven't had a soft tissue injury all year, so she's been a benefit to our boys.
What about the support group for you and people that have mentored you and made you a better coach over the last 12 months? I mean, you've gone off, you've left the club, and you've come back.
Yeah.
What's changed with you since from leaving to returning and now coaching this football club?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. I mean, to coach the club that you played at is, I think most of us would like it, but when we've been coaching for a while, we realise that the fantasy is not, footy's a business. So to go back and coach was because I wanted to, and I believed that it had the hallmarks of being a good coaching job. The losses mean a bit, they hurt a bit more, and the wins mean a bit more. But when you go away, you just build up your resilience and your belief in what you're doing and where you've been and moments and situations and what works, doesn't work. So just to be supported in that, and when you're not winning, sometimes people can come at you and say, well, this doesn't work and that doesn't work, but your belief needs to stay, but then they need to back you that, all right, if we get it right, say off the field with some recruits, a drop in division, a reboot, everything will be cool. So the support at Wantirna South has been, hence why I'm still there, mate.
Yeah,
That's right. It's been a fantastic year for the club, and hopefully for your sake, another win and move on to the preliminary final. Jason, we really appreciate your time this afternoon. All the best, and we'll see how it all plays out this afternoon.
Nah, thanks heaps, guys. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can put on a good show.
Absolutely. I'm sure you will, as we get ready for this big semi-final. Jason Heffernan, the senior coach of the Wantirna South Football Club, has done a great job once again this season, and they're a really exciting team when they get up and going, and this will be a very, very fascinating contest. We're about to also be joined by the Mulgrave coach in Matt Richards in just a moment, but both sides obviously most recently in their most recent encounter played off in a draw back in one of the last rounds of the home and away season. So we'll see how it all plays out, but we are Now lucky to be joined by Matt Richards, the senior coach of the Mulgrave Football Club, and great to have you on board, Matt. Another big afternoon at Walker Park.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I love it up here at Mitcham, actually. It's a great setup. The Mitcham Footy Club do a great job, and, considering how good run they've had and being able to host finals, I know they're not playing finals this year, but, yeah, they're a great club, really well organised.
Yeah, certainly right. And obviously last week you had a great win against Heathmont, and Heathmont had won the last couple of games against you. What did you take away from that win? Because it looked like, just without having seen the game, it looked like you were in control from go to woe.
Yeah, we did. We started really well, which was good for us. We just needed to hit the scoreboard. So we gave them chances by just missing goals we should have kicked. Coach killers. Yep. All over the ground, I was just really happy with the boys. Great attitude. It just came to play footy. So we'll come in with the same focus today. I don't think anyone really has given Mulgrave much of a chance. And that's not being disrespectful to anyone. There's been some really good teams. The top three have been clearly on top all year, So we're just sort of quietly going about our business.
What did you take away much from that game against Wantirna South the last time you played them in the draw? Is there really much you can take from it? I know it's a long time. It's a short time, but in reality, it feels like a long time. What did you take away from how they play, and did you pick up on a couple of things that you're trying to take into this game? Yeah,
look, we certainly worked on how to close out a game. We were 2 goals up with a couple of minutes to go, and we just made some silly mistakes and went away from our or the style that got us, in front all day, and we sort of panicked a little bit. So we're pretty relaxed at the moment. I think, we've got to finals, which we've done now for 3 years in a row, and we just feel now that, why not? It's a close comp without Baronia, isn't it? Yep. So, yeah, and that was a cracking game yesterday. I watched the Tempe Surrey game, so there'll be some sore boys out of that. So, everyone, on their day, anyone can have a cracker here, and it's good. It's good fun.
Absolutely. One player that I want to mention, Bailey Thompson. He's come in and made a huge impact right off the bat. I think I've just got rid of it now, but it's something like 14 goals in 6 games, 16 goals in something along those lines. But how important is he, especially with Fletcher Roberts having fits and starts to his season?
Yeah. So Bailey had an unbelievable pre-season. Super fit. Played the first 3 games and then went to Europe for whatever it was, 10 weeks. We didn't expect him to come back in the condition he came back, really fit. And the base that he'd had at pre-season has just worked well for him. So he's a fit guy anyway. So, yeah, he is important. And he trains really hard. So different player to Fletcher Roberts, but yeah, it really adds to our team, so it's good.
Absolutely. I also want to talk about Josh Parker. He happened to not play in the one game against Waverley Blues that I saw of you guys this year. Has played most other games, has seemed to have really, he's come from Berwick, he seems to have really established himself as an important part. What does he bring to Mulgrave? What are we going to see from him today?
Yeah, so he's a ball midfielder, just solid unit in the guts, and obviously our midfield is our strength with Tilliard, Jeffersoni and Valanis. So he's just that bull that they need to feed the footy off. So really nice bloke too. He's a local kid, went to one of the local schools, but played his footy at Berwick. Rapt to getting back, really popular amongst the playing group. Cool.
Good luck this afternoon, Matty. Great to see Mulgrave once again back in the finals action. They're doing some great things. And do you feel this is a new version of Mulgrave in terms of the third year in the finals? I mean, each year you just seem to be taking those little steps, those progressive steps. Do you think you're starting to show that template as a group that you feel like you're a club on the move?
Yeah, look, we had a number of real senior people around our club who have stayed on to play twos, which is fantastic, but they're not playing seniors this year. Obviously, Adam Booth, everyone knows, but Sam Cass, he's been captain for the last 3 years. He's playing twos this year. Tom Gladman, 150 senior games, playing twos this year. In our reserves at the moment, we've got 5 life members playing, which is just awesome.
Wow. Yeah.
So this year it's a different mix of guys. So we've added speed, or guys that have naturally come into the team and they're faster, and so it's a different look, that's for sure.
Let's really drill down on today and how you're going to win. So what are the 3 main areas, focus points that you really need to tap into with the playing group to beat this high-quality Wantirna South team, because they are a quality side.
Yep.
They've got a lot of tools.
Yep.
They move the ball really well, and they are a dangerous team. They defend strongly, and if they do get looks up forward, they're going to put you under significant pressure.
Absolutely. So that's it, pressure. We have to pressure them all over the ground. So that's a huge focus of our footy. Probably in the last 10 weeks, we've really trained and worked hard about pressuring the contest for 4 quarters all over the ground. So we'll hopefully bring that. I would like the boys to kick straight after last week's.
Yeah.
That'll help. And we'll use our outside run and our speed where we can. So it's we've got some talented kids who are, like Jeffersoni and Tilliard. Those guys they're quality, right? So we want the footy in their hands and let them be them.
You talked about training pressure. How do you train for pressure? I mean, is it scenario play? Is it controlled under match sim? Is it, just focusing on certain, game style aspect? What are the sort of little things that you look for to try and get the best out of that sort of type of setup?
Yep, the competitive training. So the controlled match sim, as you said. So it won't necessarily be a full game of match sim, but we did do that a lot through pre-season this year. And then it's controlled pressure training, full ground pressure training, which we do a lot of, and it's really helped.
Yeah, it's amazing how that can work. But you must be just really proud in terms of the way that you can be able to keep stepping up to the plate. And last week, to take on a Heathmont team and bring that heat really early, and then be able to, when you really needed to step it up, particularly in the last quarter, you're able to play with that composure and calmness as well.
Yeah, I'm really proud of the group. They're a young group, but they've been together for a little while now, and great leadership, and they're listening, which is really good. And not just to me, I got some terrific help on the bench. Like Fletcher Roberts out injured, but as an assistant coach, just enormous. Yeah, so
is he a guy that could potentially go on and coach at some sort of
definitely
level? Do you think he
will?
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, he loves footy. Just a wealth of knowledge. Really giving to the group. Like, he's in his 3rd year at Mulgrave now. We are just so lucky. Good bloke, good mate. So really popular with the playing group. And he's just full of information. So it's very handy.
That's fantastic, Matt. We really appreciate your time coming in today. Also, congratulations this year, 500 games as player and coach. It's pretty remarkable achievement. It's just unthinkable. So 500, obviously a very, very famous name at Mulgrave. For you and the team today, hopefully for your sake, another win, and you move on to a preliminary final next week.
That's what I'm after.
There you
Cheers,
go.
guys. Thank
Matt
you.
Richards, the senior coach of the Mulgrave Football Club.
Cheers.
Great to have Matt in the studio today, and a big task for Mulgrave as they go into this final against Wantirna South, and the Siren just in the reserves semi-final at the moment.
It's getting tight.
It has tightened up a little bit. Croydon now leading 8-3, 51 to 4, 8-32. Wantirna South, so that margin cut down to 19 points. It was a little bit bigger earlier on, but we'll keep an eye on that, of course, during the rest of the pre-game. Of course, we've got some games to talk about from yesterday and today as well, the games that are happening. We'll preview first, should we? Or should we review first? What do you reckon, Spider?
I would have thought you review first.
Review first. All right, let's get stuck into it. Premier Division qualifying final yesterday between Balwyn and East Ringwood. The Tigers getting across the line by 9 points. Jared, I'll start with you because you were down there yesterday calling the action after a real dull first quarter where no one hit the scoreboard, really. The second quarter really opened up. There were 8 goals kicked for a side, and it stayed tight throughout the afternoon. East Ringwood missed some opportunities, and Balwyn were probably a little bit more, once they did go forward, they converted it probably a little bit more efficient, I would say.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried after the first quarter, as you say. It was, let's be honest, a snooze fest. Let's not beat around the bush. But my word, it really cracked open. And I think it's just those mid-sized forwards of Balwyn that really kind of showed their efficiency, showed their danger. You've got your Nathan Oakes, your Jack Tillig, Isaiah Makovsky. They're all very important players, and I think East Ringwood just gave them a little bit too much space, a little bit too much freedom within that forward line to do what they did. And I mean, to be fair, they were on point as well.
Do you think the
Jack
big
Tillig.
ground came into it? I mean, the question marks were always going to be a big ground out of Beaconsfield. could they match it on the big ground? Were they going to be able to get it done, East Ringwood, or was Baldwin going to be able to get enough space? Were their forwards going to be able to get enough looks and get a score on the board? I mean, their mids look like they did the job. We know that East Ringwood can defend well, but it just looks like in recent times, up forward East Ringwood, they're just not converting the opportunities. I mean, once again, inaccuracy has again cost them a final.
Yeah, indeed. I think back to sort of like the defence of East Ringwood, the big ground did matter, with the exception of Tweedy and Harry Nolan as well. I think some of the defenders did get caught out of position when Baldwin...
Going too high.
Yeah, going a little bit too high when Baldwin went for transition. And I think Baldwin were very disciplined down back to contrast it, because East Ringwood, they didn't find themselves with too much space. They did miss a lot of shots at goal, so they did have those opportunities for certain. However, it really was coming from only a couple of sources, and I think that tells me just how well drilled Baldwin's defence was and how that showed through.
I really thought when it got into that second term and East Ringwood got the jump early in the second quarter, I thought Mark Kolsky was probably the guy to light him up a little bit. Schreiber was fantastic through the midfield, and then for a guy who probably flies under the radar a little bit, and I think was described as a wild card in the pre-game by Sando yesterday, Jack Tillich up forward, who kicked 3 and wasted about a minute and a half of our time when he went back for a set shot and took his shoe off, and we were wondering how long it's going to be until he takes his kick.
Needed Charlie Haley to unlace it for him to put it back on.
And then going back to take a really important mark in the dying minutes of that game in defence. I thought he was outstanding.
But now that's East Ringwood, 1 win out of their last 5 finals games. That is not a great statistic, isn't it?
No, it is troubling for them. And you do wonder about sort of what that tells us about whether or not it's them being taken away from a home ground situation or grounds that they're familiar with throughout the season, or whether it's perhaps, if you think so, Ryan, like just the pressure.
Well, I'll say this. I know that doesn't sound great, 1 out of 5, but in saying that, 3 of those games have been by a kick or less.
That's true. That's a good point.
Or two kicks or less. So the 2 games against Baldwin last year, I think they could have gone either way. I think this one was probably similar, where you look at the scoring shots. The third quarter, they could have been a little bit further in front than just the 6 points that they were. And even, Connor Waitman, who was fantastic, missed a set shot in the last quarter and then missed a shot on the run. Even if one of those goes through. Hannon Mundy, it was, looked like he was going to run into an open goal to tie things up, and just that tiny bit of pressure from that Baldwin defender. I can't remember who it was. Lockie Young was able to put him off. So I'd say they've been unlucky, but in saying that, I don't know if I'll tip them next week, because they're going to play a Roval side, either a Roval side who have had the measure this season, or South Croydon, who, if they beat Roval, are coming in with a hell of a form line. So it's a big challenge for them next week. We'll see how they respond. But we'll talk about the Division 1 game. And, Spider, you were out at Eastfield Reserve yesterday. And I think this is probably the story of the round so far of the final series this weekend, where Park Orchard's 45-point winners, 15-11-101 to South Belgrave, 8-8-56. Talk us through it. I believe there would have been a win down at East Burwood favouring one end of the ground. But how did it all play out? Because after quarter time, that's a dominant Park Orchards performance.
Well, it was. In the end, it was a flawless display by Park Orchards. I thought the Sharks were simply brilliant. It was a wonderful win. And I thought the way that Paris Harvey coached yesterday, he really scouted exceptionally well the South Belgrave from the previous week. And I just thought the way he handled the situation. Now, if you look at the quarter time score, you say, well, hang on, it was 4 goals for to 3 behinds. And you would suggest that you'd say South Belgrave well and truly in control of the game. But that's a little bit misleading, because what happened was there were goals on turnover. So in a sense that Park Orchards had control of the game in transition, but just didn't execute. And they missed a couple of easy opportunities and they didn't take their chances. So back went the other way. South Belgrave get score on turnover. In the end, they go away with a couple of goals. But at quarter time, Paris was really calm and composed, and he just talked about winning some of the aerial battles, bringing ball to ground, some of the chaos game that they wanted to try and attract. And then they just tried to work their way back into the contest, winning the ball on the outside. They didn't want the ball going onto the inside because we know how damaging South Belgrave are when they get the ball in transition through the corridor of the ground. Their big guns get involved. So they isolated, they put pressure on the ball carrier, they tackled ferociously, they put pressure on. They were very good. And then they got themselves back into the game kicking goals against the Breeze. So they then had the opportunity so they had that opportunity. So they kicked goals with the Breeze, 3 goals 3 to 1 goal 2. So they got themselves back in. And then against the Breeze in the third term, they just went bang and they dominated the game. The way that their defenders defended, and then they just took control of the contested ball and clearance game, took the game away. And Lewis Downey was just absolutely exceptional. He had a day out. 6 goals, but there was the score involvements as well. Some of his marking, aerial marking, and his involvement at ground level to be able to set up his teammates. Their smalls really went to work, and it would
Lewis Downey, I'm going to ask you this one. Is this a key that obviously didn't have him last year? Is that going to be potentially the difference come a grand final for Park Orchards?
Yeah, it could be. It really could be the difference on grand final day. So it's something that's going to have to be watched. Now, you still would suggest that South Belgrave, are probably the favourite to win the premiership. But on what we saw yesterday on the evidence, Park Orchards are now in the grand final, so they're sitting comfortably there. So South Belgrave have still got some work to do. Like, they've still got to win another game just to get there and have an opportunity. Now, we know in the past few years they've tightened up a little bit. Yesterday, they looked flat. They played some undisciplined football at times. There was there was a couple of players at various stages sent off for yellow cards. There was some free kicks for undisciplined stuff. So
they were frustrated.
They were frustrated. And even at three-quarter time, like Kristen Height, you could tell that when they wanted to try and get the game back on their terms, they know they play in the inside. They were trying to limit the ball going to the outside. The players just couldn't respond. They didn't respond. And in the end, that margin blew out significantly, and that was because the way that Park Orchards played, they just weren't, they didn't allow South Belgrave to get back into that contest. And you've got to hand it to the way that they played that game yesterday. And it was the big names from South Belgrave that just didn't get involved in that game. Guys like Tim Smith, Taylor Garner wasn't as prominent as what he normally was. Simonson wasn't as destructive as what he had been. Luke Dunstan had one of his quieter days.
Dariah didn't make the best either,
Clay Tucker hasn't been, wasn't really, a key contributor for them. So really, the big names were down. And
what does this do to them mentally? Because we talked a lot about how it doesn't matter how good they are in the home and away season, because it happened 2 years ago when they lost to Mitcham in the grand final.
There would be some demons there. You would have to suggest
straight sets last year as well.
Yeah, there is some demons there, and there would be some real thinking going on at that football club at the moment, thinking what is going on, and to put out that performance in a second semi-final. Look, and that's not to say that it's all over, because it well and truly is not. But they need to take some steps. More players need to step up in those sort of big moments. And a team like, let's say Beaconsfield and Northern, they're playing this afternoon. Now, at Beaconsfield, if they get another opportunity to play them, I think they would really love another chance to play a South Belgrave. And a team like North Ringwood would thrive on having a challenge at playing a South Belgrave on a preliminary final stage. And I think the ground really did suit the way that Park Orchards play on a ground like East Burwood. I thought they played the ground particularly well. South Belgrave didn't seem to play the ground as well as what they probably could have at times, and I probably thought that they didn't use the ball in the conditions, considering what the wind was doing. But I think the way that Park Orchards used the ball, thought Paris coached extremely well yesterday. That was a masterful coaching performance. He really coached well yesterday, Paris Harvey. Had to acknowledge what he did, because that was a real team effort from Park Orchards, what they were able to provide yesterday. So they've really taken some significant steps. We did talk about how they've been slipping under the radar, but they made a real big statement yesterday. And they're going back to the grand final, and that's a couple of years in a row now. So, they get another opportunity to redeem themselves after last year, when they lost to Mitcham. So who knows?
Yeah, and I actually feel, and despite going into that final series last year as the side to beat, I feel a bit more confident with them this year with the way things are playing and their lineup.
I'd really give him a big chance.
I mean, Downey's the big piece, I think.
That's very
makes
big
such a difference.
But he's just such a clever player. He's good in the air. And he's even better on the ground.
Yeah. Incredible.
And he just has all those attributes. And he used to get pushed out of the team a little bit at Blackburn because they had such a team that had a lot of experienced players coming in and out of that team. And unfortunately, he was the unlucky one that always seemed to get pushed out. But he's found his way to Park Orchards, and he's really making a good fist of it. So you've got to acknowledge it.
Wantirna South reserves have kicked another goal, so they're slowly coming back into this game. It's a 12-point margin now, and for having only kicked one goal in the first half, it looks like the Devils Rezzies have really found themselves in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll touch on Division 2. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday in that second semi-final between Templestowe and Surrey Park. And this was another big story because at stages in that last quarter where Surrey Park led, it looked like this was going to be another big upset in the first week or second week of the finals for Division 2. But Templestowe got across the line to book their spot in the grand final, 8-11-59 to 8-8-56 Surrey Park. A 3-point win. Fogarty was listed as their best player on the ground. The Dockers, Daniel Cooper kicked 3 of their goals. As for Surrey Park, George Haynes listed best on Mundy and Telford, both kicking 2 goals each. Jared, I'll start with you. And Surrey Park, we'll touch on them in a moment. But for Templestowe, they'll be excited. They'll be a bit relieved that they obviously found a way to get across the line. And probably this is an even better win than just them beating Surrey by 4 or 5 goals, similar to what they did the home and away season, because they were made to work for it, and they had to come from behind. They had a real poor start, kicking the 5 behinds to 3-3, and they worked their way back in the game. And Surrey hit the lead in the last quarter, and they got it back. Fantastic to see this Dockers side going through to a grand final, because their finals form in recent years, they've always been around the mark, but not
sort
quite.
Of making up the numbers
It's never really looked like it's their year. This year, they look a very, very strong side and into a grand final.
You're right. It is an important win, I think, mentally for Templestowe. They came away from this. They would come away from this thinking that it's not just the attributes that we can beat teams on. It's the mentality. It's when we're down, when we've got our backs against the wall, when we're on the ropes, we can come back, and we're not going to have it all our own way. And it's the acceptance of that and being able to just galvanise on the field once things aren't going your way, and that's so important in a final series when the pressure is going to be on. I do want to touch on Surrey Park. I think the players that have been listed in the best are kind of illustrative of what might have happened. We've got 4 backmen, I believe, for Surrey Park listed in the best. That's Haynes, Blair, Woods, and Peters. Then you got Ben Woodfull, who would have gone head-to-head with Bo Mitchener. He was listed as the second best, and Sam Hart as well in the midfield. So I think it looks like it was a really good defensive game for Surrey Park. Perhaps didn't take their chances going forward.
Yeah, probably. And the reports I was getting last night was that the amount of times that Templestowe did go inside 50, they had their chances, but it was the resistance and the perseverance from the Surrey defence that just was standing up time and time again. And, the dominance from the Templestowe midfield throughout the course of the day, led by a guy like Mick Fogarty, in the end was probably the thing that proved the difference. And, they had their chances to blow that game open, but it was just a defiance from Surrey Park never to go away. And then a guy like Sam Hart, who we know has all that experience, really kept them in the game and kept them in the hunt late in the game. And look, they almost got over the line, and they get another opportunity next week. So they'll still have the belief, Surrey Park, that they can still get there. And if they do play against Templestowe in 2 weeks' time, they'll give themselves every confidence that they can do it, because we've seen it before. We know that they can do it.
Yeah.
And and it's a bit similar to Wantirna South, when we spoke to Jason not long ago. If they play Templestowe. They know that they can do it because we've seen it during the year that they can match them. So, like, it's not like it's not like we're going to see a team that's just going to turn up and win by a big margin. Like at the moment, I think the gap has definitely narrowed. It's just whether our teams are good enough to beat them. But Templestowe, look, they're in the driver's seat. They're the first there. They're first on the grid. It's just whether now they steady and whether they put themselves in that position, and they can really up the ante on grand final day. But now Surrey Park have to go the long way, and they wait for the winner of this afternoon's clash.
It's the beauty of the double chance, isn't it, Ryan?
It
I
is,
feel like both teams can take something from it. It seems like maybe that's a bit optimistic of me. There was a loser that day, but it does feel like Surrey Park do take quite a bit from this game.
And I think the fact that this year, and we've talked that the top three have been a little bit better than the other sides for majority of the season, and it is very different though, because last year it was in the last 2 years really it's Bronya and then there's a gap. There's daylight, and it was always going to be someone's going to have to play one hell of a game, or Bronya's going to have to absolutely fall apart on grand final day to lose this. This year, I think whoever does get there, I think we're in for a close one, Spider.
But this is the thing, right? When you lose by small margins, you don't have to tweak a lot to improve to get there the following week, right?
Yeah.
We just talked about South Belgrave now. They lost by 45 points. Yeah. Now, they've got a lot of work to do to get there on grand final day in a couple of weeks' time. Like, they've got to pedal very hard just to get the opportunity to go back to get another shot at Park Orchards. Like, a team like Surrey Park, like, they've just got to, maybe tweak and do a couple of small things to the side and play not too differently, right? The system doesn't change ultimately, but they've just got to play the way that they've been playing, and they get that opportunity to progress to a grand final. It's not too dissimilar to what we're going to experience here this afternoon. So, and in the other divisions. So, the gaps are very small, but sometimes, when you lose by bigger margins, the consequences, they tell a little bit more of a story.
Well, let's have a look at the Div 3 preliminary final before we go to our first break here in the Eastland match of the round. Knox and Scoresby yesterday out at Jubilee Park. The Magpies are through to a second consecutive grand final. Division 4 premiers last year. They're in the Division 3 grand final after defeating Knox 17-5, 107-11 to 68. So a big win there for the Magpies. Adam Amin kicked 5 goals to them. Matthew Traynor kicked 4 and was listed best on. Declan McBean kicked 3. As for Knox, the 2 goal kickers for Greaves and Portelli, multiple goal scorers in 2. And Cameron Tennant listed as their best player on the ground. But Spider, huge achievement for Scoresby coming up the divisions. We weren't too sure exactly where they were going to sit this year coming into it. I think we all sort of thought maybe finals, but we never knew how good they can be. And I think this is probably they'll worry Donvale a little bit next week. They've been able to prove that they can come back from big deficits again, the Magpies, twice this season. I really like this matchup between Donvale and Scoresby.
Yeah, I do too. I think we're going to see a really exciting grand final because two different styles. Ball speed, a team like Scoresby, they move it, their transition game, their interceptors, they're a high-scoring team. They're a powerful team, the way that they move the ball with so much force and speed on ball, and whereas Donvale are a bit more methodical, they're physical. It's going to take a massive effort, and when they do, they punish you on turnovers. So the games are, the game styles are a bit poles apart, and they're different. But whereas I think with Knox, what we probably learned, it just didn't quite stack up, and they lacked. And they didn't have enough guys kicking goals regularly. You read out the goal kickers there. Not enough. Only a couple of multiple goal kickers. Defensively, okay during the year, but when you're leaking 17 goals in a preliminary final, that's telling you that you're not doing your job through the midfield and you got cut up. So, they did. They got cut up through the midfield yesterday. Basically the Magpies right from the outset, pretty much did what they wanted. And then particularly in the second half, won the clearance battle by big numbers. Knox, look, they had in the end they had a bit of a up and down yo-yo ride for the year. They'll be a better side. They'll be up thereabouts again next year. They just need a full complement of players to allow them to be competitive in that premiership window.
I think some targeted recruiting is on the order for Knox in the in the off season. Cameron Tennant, I like the fact that he had a best on game. He didn't play in the game against that we watched them against Donvale. He came in as a replacement for Sam Woodward, I believe.
Yeah, and it was always going to be hard with an injured ruck. Obviously no Zach Hanlon as well. It was always going to be it was always going to be an uphill battle for them. But Scoresby just dominate all over the field, very physical, very quick, fast ball moving side. So it was always going to be a battle for them. You could just tell after last week's game they were a team of the walking wounded.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take our first break here on the Eastland match of the round. We've got the big semi-final to come. We'll preview some of the other finals around the grounds as well. It is Wantirna South taking on Mulgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Well, welcome back to Walker Park. Wantirna South taking on Mulgrave in the Division 2 first semi-final. And on a fantastic Sunday afternoon, the rain holding up at the moment. Looks like we might be okay this afternoon. In the reserves semi-final, it's Croydon 10-3-63, leading Wantirna South 6-9-45. Almost into time on there in that final term. We haven't got too long left, but let's go through some of these other games around the grounds. We'll start with probably the big preliminary final in Division 4. We've got Whitehorse versus Warrandyte. Let's talk this one through quickly. I know we've, I think on yesterday's at the end of the day, Jared, we talked a lot about what Warrandyte looks like and the way they've come into this final series. They match up quite well against Whitehorse and everyone was sort of in favour of the Bloods. You're still sticking with them today?
Yeah, I think I have to. It's, as I said at the end of the game yesterday, they're just a little bit more balanced across the ground. I think Whitehorse have those very dangerous pieces, of course, that they can move across the board. But to be honest, it feels like a more balanced side. How do you see this, Spider? Because
on Whitehorse, I'm actually the opposite to you.
Yeah, interesting.
No, I actually think Whitehorse. I like the 4-line setup. Obviously, Horvat, Young, like the midfield, what they do. Defensively, Dalgleish. No, I think they will get the job done. I know Warrandyte played particularly well last week, got the job done over Kilsyth, and they've had a really good year. But I just sense a hunger of Whitehorse wanting to get back there once again, and I just think and believe that they'll be able to get the job done. I think this will be a close one, but in the end, I just think up forward they'll just have too many threats for a Warrandyte defence that'll that'll compete really hard and strongly. But in the end, I just think they'll be able to put it together, Whitehorse, and kick a winning score.
I don't think there'll be much in it between this game. I think there won't be much either way. I'm tipping Warrandyte.
Haining, he's the key to this game in the ruck.
Yeah, certainly right. I think if he can get on top and have an impact. As the siren sounds in the reserves game, Croydon 10-3-63, eliminate Wantirna South 6-9-45. We really don't have too much time left, so we'll just go through these last two pretty quickly. Division 1, Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood today out at Pink's Reserve. Thoughts on this one? We're going off what we saw from North Ringwood last week, or does Beaconsfield, with the way they've probably, they get back Brandon White. They didn't play well last week, but we've seen what Park Orchards can do. So where are you headed, boys?
Oh, there's a big steadying influence across the half-back line, Brandon White. He'll be able to launch a few attacks, more than a few attacks, for the Eagles. But the thing is, where do they go from there when they actually hit the forward line? I just worry about the efficiency when they do go forward. Bowd and Muley have Muley started to kick a few more goals in recent weeks, and Bowd, he's going to be getting the sort of the best key defender for North Ringwood. I don't know. I think North Ringwood, they play with so much exuberance. They can break the lines. I just think they can get the Beaconsfield on turnover a little bit too efficiently.
I think Beaconsfield will win this game. Ryan, and Jared, I just think that this is today set up for a Beaconsfield sort of game, particularly at a ground like Pink's. Just think that they'll be able to set the ground up. I think they can get some stoppages, kick some goals. I don't think it'll be a high-scoring game. So I think it all plays into Mick Fogarty's hands today. They've got a strong team in. I just think North Ringwood had a tremendous year. Just think that Beaconsfield, a little bit more experience out on the park today, will serve them really well, and I think they'll get over the line.
That is the point. They do. Beaconsfield do have more finals experience than North Ringwood, and I think that might set them up really well. I'm just not sure. Like North Ringwood, they've had such a good run into the finals. Beaconsfield's form, they flirted with it a little bit. Maybe the Steely resolve.
They've had players out because of VFL, and that's probably not all their own fault. They've had to mix and match a bit, but I just think Beaconsfield, they've got a good quality team in today.
What we're going to do, because we've probably timed this quite well, that we're going to have the senior two sides run out a little bit earlier than what we thought, but so we're going to say goodbye to you in a second, and we're going to bring in the call team. But Jared, your thoughts on the South Croydon Roval game? Spider, you were backing Roval yesterday.
Yeah, Roval for me. I think they'll get the job done. South Croydon will be going. I just think Roval got the big guns back in. I just think they'll have a bit too much polish for a South Croydon team on a big ground like Jubilee.
It's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker, I think, for South Croydon to have run rampant across the last half of the season, make it to the finals sort of at the death, the round 18 game against Noble Park, and then to fall short potentially against Roval. It's hard to take that story, honestly, for South Croydon and Brendan Allen, no doubt, but I think Roval, they just showed so much against East Ringwood as we get the Imperial March going as the umpires make their way onto the field, the villains of the piece.
Before we obviously bring out the two senior sides, Jade, you'll be on the boundary today, so we'll let you make your way down there, get set up, ready to go, and bring the call team. We're not going to do an ad break. We're going to go pretty much straight into it. So
game's going to start on time for the first time ever this season, I think.
I know. It's
even early.
The first ever time that's actually happened.
It's always supposed to start 2:20 and it starts 2:30 and 2:40 up to sometimes, and now we're going to go at 2:10.
And I'm going to pretty much give the headset straight to Gav and welcome Gav Casey.
Thank you, Ryan. It's great to be here. Luckily, I got here on time because if they're going to bring a game forward just because they can. It's a very interesting...
Hang on, Gav. There we go.
Very interesting occasion here at Walker Park, Nuttawading, home of Mitcham Footy Club, but it is in Nuttawading. And we are in Division 2 semi-final stage between Wantirna South and Mulgrave. The winner will progress to next week's preliminary final against Surrey Park, who were unfortunate for them to lose in their semi for the qualifier for the grand final. But we look forward to a great game today here at Walker Park, and should be a great game, and it's my great privilege to be co-commentating with Blake Tennant.
Yes, welcome. Thanks, Gav. Really honoured to be calling with you as well today as well. You know, listening, growing up as a kid and listening to you, and obviously seeing you in action, joining the media team. It's always a great honour to work along you, and of course calling with my first game with you today, Gav. So it's a privilege as well. And what a cracking game of footy we got today. Obviously, Wantirna South lost in a 19-point loss last week to Surrey Park, and then as we know, Mulgrave progressed through with a 30-point win over Hawthorn, and Mulgrave come onto the ground as we speak right now. It's great conditions, overcast as well. Not going to talk about the weather because every time I do it, I jinx it. So we won't talk about
banned
that.
from that word.
Yeah, so we won't talk about that. But always a privilege to come down to Walker Park, Mitcham. I know there was a few blokes that are well known in Mitcham, and it was always good seeing them.
And I'll hand it back. This is like a hand pass 1-2.
We're linking up.
Got to go forward, backward to go forward.
Well, not backwards. We're just straight ahead, full throttle.
No Hail Marys in here at least.
Welcome back to the broadcast team for the senior game. Ryan Long.
Thank you for having me, Gav. Great to be back here at Walker Park. Fantastic environment out here. It's always a pleasure to watch some finals footy at this venue. Obviously with the crowd as well, starting to build in for this senior game. And really looking forward to it because we haven't seen too much of these two sides. We've only seen them once live apiece this season, and both have had great years. But particularly, I think I don't know if you'd say pressure on Wantirna South, but they'd certainly be the side more disappointed if they don't get the win today because of what a fantastic home and away season they've had. So they want to have another crack at Surrey Park next week, and I think that makes for a very fascinating contest.
And it's always my privilege to share the commentary booth and talk footy with my mate who's a Bulldog supporter, so we're shattered. We've only got EFL to look forward to this September.
Yes.
Welcome to the big game for us, Matt Lee.
Good afternoon to you, Gav, all the listeners and viewers. Still got the VFL, Gav. They won well yesterday against Frankston. They had a very good win. No, but we're more focused on what's in front of us here this afternoon. Looking forward to the contest. And it should be an interesting one. We spoke to the two coaches prior to the game, and both very optimistic. Obviously, Jason Efferman was really confident that they can bounce back, Wantirna South, and Matty Richards was really proud of what Mulgrave have been able to do over the last 3 years, and they continue to take the progressive steps. Can they take the extra step today into another preliminary final? And that's the big question. If they come with the same level of intensity and pressure what they applied around the ball against Heathmont last week, and that finishing polish like they were able to at the end of the game last week, there's no question why they can't. And they've got so many threats up forward, but their midfield, Gervasoni, Tilliard, and etc. There's no reason why they can't win this game.
Interested to see Wantirna South doing some in-tight drills with a couple of skins.
Yeah,
a couple of guys without the tops off. I was like, hang on, are they ready? And then I realised that
big
Where's
Jakey
the old vest?
Big Jakey Tenez got the rig out, love it.
Need the old vest.
Yeah, the people that would choose the skins are pretty obvious. They're really happy with their physique, I reckon. And talking of good physiques, this is not being facetious, but we've got Paul Yaconi in scores around the grounds and stats even today.
Yes, got the double gig today, but it should be a very intriguing game. This one, both sides looking to keep their seasons alive.
Yeah, the toss is happening for...
And get into a preliminary final.
Yeah, and winning the toss, first win of the day for Mulgrave. Tilliard points to the left, which is the scoreboard end, the left of your screen if you're on YouTube, Facebook watching.
And what's the right, Gav?
And it's definitely the White Horse Road. There's no question. Don't even give me any maroon. It's White Horse Road. And we're in Nuttawading as well.
Umpire Dean O'Neill, not a stranger to a radio game.
That's what I told him this morning when I rocked up here.
I heard you ask him.
I'm like, of course you're here. The cameras are here.
I told him it was a self-appointment.
Yeah, self-appointed.
And he was there at Beaconsfield yesterday, old Dean O'Neill. So gave him my hot tip, and it got up too. So Ryan won some money. Always
treasure the moment.
Gamble responsibly.
Hot tip, it was a certainty.
Win some, you lose more.
But always gamble responsibly. We don't enforce gambling. We might go for some tips as well.
Oh, well, let's first introduce
Jared Beelan. Forgot about Jared. How are you, Jared?
I'm very good. Thank you very much, Blake. Very good to be down here at Walker Park. I did mention this in the pre-game. It's one of my favourite grounds to be on the boundary line for because the crowd, they're all up close and personal to the ground. It's a very intense atmosphere. It's a cauldron down here, and I'm very much looking forward to having that for some finals footy. I'll quickly give you my tip. I'm going to go with Wantirna South by 4 goals, but I think it'll be a shootout, so it'll be sort of a closer 4 goals than what that might sound like. Bit of a breath of wind going to the left of a screen at the moment, so it picks up and then it calms down, so I don't think it's going to play too much of an impact in this game. But back up to you guys.
Thank you, Jared, and great to have you on Boundary Side, and we'll get more comment from you throughout the day.
I also love it when Jared's on Boundary here because the microphone seems to work for him because he's a lot closer.
Yeah. It's a bonus.
Yeah, well, no mic check today. Let's get some quick tips. I'd have to be real quick, actually, because the umpire's got the balls in his hands. Matt.
Wanty South.
Wanty South.
Wanty South for me, too.
Wanty South.
So we've got Deans will be rucking for Wantirna South and Curtis for Mulgrave. Mulgrave going to the left of the screen. Wantirna South going to the White Horse Road and tap one by Curtis. Ground level ball first. Centre clearance for Mulgrave. Bouncing ball goes towards Sarkisian. He's I think he's dyed his hair in recent times. Very standout today. Kick to the wing has been Wantirna South going back to and now going forward on the lead. It's beautifully leading into it is Warner. So this is a quick transition from one end to the other, and that is Walker Park for you. If you can get some free possession, and we know how good skills Wantirna South are, the Devils went from half back quickly, 1 kick, 2 kicks, and it's now in the hands of Warner.
Yeah, it was. Good transition there. Can they finish it off?
From 40 metres, I think the arc's literally 45. From 44 he kicks, long ball, and it's a goal. They're on the board, the Devils. 1 straight 6. Warner gets the first of the day, and we haven't even played a minute.
Well, it was mentioned at the start in the pre-game with Jason Heffernan and how important Liam Hewitt is, but guys like Warner are going to certainly play a really good role today, and that's a great start for him. So they're not going to rely on one avenue spotter. They've got quite a few multiple options up forward.
Well, they have, but it's just the ability for them to be able to transition like that, and when you can do it with the luxury of being able to kick the ball nice and deep and long into a forward line with a guy like Warner ball in hand, you've got a good player.
So Deans and Curtis in the ruck. First goal to Wantirna South, and they're getting it out the midfield here. They bomb it inside the forward 50. A good clearance from Mulgrave. A lot of players under this, a lot of green and white, and also some red, blue and yellow, of course. We're in the centre of Mulgrave's attacking 50 here, just inside the forward 50. Chain of hand passes to Caney involved. He's on a superb year for the Devils. And it's at the centre ball on the wing. There's going to be a mark taken, and it's going to go to Quinn Clark. He does a short chip ball into the centre of the ground and finds Figamali. Won the BNF last year for Wantirna South, having a really big year. He gets it inside the forward 50 and a mark, and guess who? He kicked the first and could be on track, and that's Jesse Warner.
Well, ball movement's been really good early in the first couple of minutes, and they've been able to hit up the target inside 50 once again through Warner.
Yeah, just good presentation, wasn't it, Ryan?
2 marks inside 50 to Wantirna South already to zip for Mulgrave.
Yeah.
So Jesse Warner, sort of on an angle, 45 metre 50 arc down here at Mitcham Walker Park. He can line up and kick the Devils second. The goal umpire does not move, and Warner kicks his second, and Wantirna South's second of the day. 2 straight 12 to Mulgrave, yet to score.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the illustration and the order of the day. Fast ball movement, getting the ball nice in, deep into the forline. When you've got a quality player like Warner that can do that twice within just a matter of minutes and present, that's going to cause problems for a defence like Mulgrave all day. So we've got to make sure they win this upcoming clearance.
They've won 2 clearances, Mulgrave, out of the middle, but they haven't been able to take a mark. But when the clean possession of Devils going forward is elite so far. Parker's hand pass gets to Tilliard eventually, but his kick was rushed and it's been chopped off. Caney's in the way at centre half back. He dropped back from that centre clearance and was in the right spot to get the mark. Goes out wider, outside wing. Another pass in. Where's Warner? Here he comes. Nearly at it. He just couldn't get there to take the mark. So Mulgrave are thankful the ball hit the deck and they can hold it up for now. Free kick actually goes to Mulgrave. Over the shoulder potentially. The bouncing kick's a dangerous switch, but it might pay off if it opens up. The hand pass puts a lot of pressure onto Falloon, and he has to hand the ball over. He's tackled. So they were trying to set something up, but when you don't hit the target across
Kick wasn't great, no.
across the goals, you're in a bit of trouble. Warner doing the ruck. He loves to be involved at the moment. He couldn't punch it at the second attempt to go 5 metres forward, so it's still in the area, 40 metres out from the Devils' goal. Warner doing some rucking, surprising rucking, but he's getting involved, and he's contested well. Mulgrave can't break out of that stoppage, so it's another ball up.
Might need to have a think about putting an extra number behind the ball at this point in time, Mulgrave, just to see if they can break this gap in the game.
Caney was looking for hand pass. He had a lot of room to move. He gets in on it again, hands it off to his teammate, and Coughlin high up and under, only goes 20, but it goes 40 up. And there's a free kick in the marking contest because Mulgrave defence were a bit worried about who could mark it, and you wouldn't blame them at the moment. And it's going to be O'Keefe, who's got a lot of goals this year, to line up from 30 metres out.
Yeah, it was mentioned in the pre-game about O'Keefe's ability and his presence this year that he's had, and gets an opportunity now.
Yeah, Wantirna South are causing a lot of problems already early for Mulgrave. This is only their 4th inside 50, but they're lining up for their 3rd goal.
Yep.
So it's in the hands of Jack O'Keefe in the pocket from 30 metres out, the right footer. Trots his way towards goal, puts to the left post. It's drifting a bit, drifting too much to the left. Minor score let off for Mulgrave. They trail 2-1, 13 to Wantirna South, 5 minutes in. Mulgrave yet to score.
Got to try and play a bit of an uncontested game here, Mulgrave. Just got to get some hands on ball for a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, just a bit of a nervous start for them. They haven't been great by foot.
So Hardy can bring play back with this kick in here. Overcast conditions down here at Walker Park. Finds his teammate, just slowing things down on the pocket of their defensive 50 here, Mulgrave, on the scoreboard. The great scoreboard, of course. He gets it into the outer side wing. Thought there was a mark taken. Hand pass there by the captain in Tilliard. Finds James, who finds his teammate again, and a mark taken. That was by Austin Dean. So just on the pocket of an angle down here, the scoreboard end down here at Walker Park, and he's going to back himself here, Dean, by the looks of it. He's on an angle, I'll say about 55 metres out here right now. So he's going to back himself.
We'll take his best kick.
Needs to, I reckon, Spider for this one. So Dean can line up on an angle to kick Mulgrave's first of the day. He lines up. Kick, it's going towards the centre, and it's getting spoiled, and it's going to go through for a behind. So that's Mulgrave's first look of the day, and it's a behind. It moves the score to Mulgrave, 1 behind to Wantirna South, 2-1-13. We've gone 6 and a bit minutes into this first quarter.
That's always a risk too. Probably would have been better off trying to hit up a target.
So play resumes. Tilliard, the captain, gets a strong tackle. You don't want to be tackled by Liam Hewitt, of course. leading goal kicker in Division 2. So Deans and Curtis again in the ruck. Dean just tries to swap it out. And again, there'll be another stoppage ball on the wing down here, and there's some afters as well.
Wanty South bringing a heat early, 5 tackles to 1 in their favour.
Yeah, they talked about the tackling pressure.
Curtis gets a hit out, finds Tilliard again. Disney involved, he gets wrapped up and it'll be a ball up.
And this is an area that Mulgrave can certainly get a big control in. We looked at Tilliard having a few disposals early.
Yep.
Curtis and Dean's going to wrestle. Good effort by Curtis, but it's going to be an outlet ball for Wantirna South at the back of the pack. Kick goes sideways. Caney gets it. Goes into the middle of the ground. This might open up. The bounce of the ball, if it suits more, has to run back with it, but hands it to Grime, who's running forward. Another release hand pass, and here they go through Noy. Noy lines up a long ball. Mark in the pocket from Wantirna South. How efficient is that? And it's O'Keefe in the pocket who takes the mark, and he might just get his first goal on the board.
Yeah, Grime and Noy get on the end of it, and in the end, another look for O'Keefe. But that was just really good chain connection there by the Devils.
Very smooth.
Yep.
They're highly skilled at Wantirna South, and once they get it in transition with room to move, they're very dangerous. So is this man. Left pocket, one step. He doesn't hook it, and it misses to the right. So that's another let off from O'Keefe's boot. 2-2-14, Wantirna South leading Mulgrave 1 point. 8.5 minutes gone, first term.
Boundary.
Go to boundary with Jared Beelan.
Yeah, a couple of matchups I've spotted early on. We'll start with Wantirna South's forward line. Alex Hardy is playing back against Warner. Interesting to see that. He's usually a midfielder. Maybe Wantirna South can expose Alex Hardy there. Back to Lease. He's going after O'Keefe. Lloyd Butcher, he's playing on Quinn Clark, and Zach Bonney, he's playing on Liam Hewitt. So big job there for Bonney.
Thank you, Jared. On the boundary and an intercept mark taken. That was by Jamie Hunt. He plays on immediately to the centre of Wantirna South's attacking 50. Out the back, almost a strong tackle. Well done by Mulgrave. Good defensive looks, and Wild gets it out of their defensive 50 and a mark taken. That was by Bailey Thompson. He gets it on to the broadcast wing. Mark not taken. Should have been though. Finds Pierre up. He does a short chipping kick into the cricket pitch and finds Volanis. He gets it on the outer side wing, and it's going to be a boundary throw in. So we've gone 9.5 minutes in to this first quarter.
Ryan, those 3 kicks versus what we're seeing from Wanty South, what a difference.
Yeah, it's a massive difference, and that has certainly played a factor in why Wantirna South have hit the scoreboard and Mulgrave haven't, Paul.
Just some early scores in Premier. Roeville 1-8 to South Croydon, yet to score.
Thanks, Paul. As Hewitt marks it on the angle at the 50 arc, 45 arc. Sorry, I'm going to keep saying 50, but it's
well,
a 45.
Say 50, but we know it's 45, mate. It's the old SCG rule.
It's an oxymoron. He's going to go with ball.
So,
it's like when you get given 50.
So Liam Hewitt, he's having a really big year for the Devils, leading goal kicker for the Devils. And what's going on here?
It's going to be downfield. And it's Wantirna South.
Yep. It's going to be a 25, I think.
No, it has to go to the player who's been impeded, O'Keefe.
I think, yeah, you're right. It will be O'Keefe.
So I think the umpire noticed that there was some holding and a bit of a push, so he's awarded a free kick accordingly.
Which is going to happen in the goal square, isn't it?
But it's just unnecessary and it's just careless, especially early in a final. You set the agenda early, it happens.
Sorry, Spidos. O'Keefe snaps around the corner. Kick it's on its way. It's through. And a hot start to the Devils in Wantirna South. They moved to 3-2-20 to Mulgrave at 1 behind. We've gone 11 minutes in to this first quarter. Back to you, Spider.
No, I was just going to say, before I interrupted, it was more the point that it was just unnecessary and careless. So just got to be a bit more aware of what you're doing when you're a defender, of what you can do. So you just got to make sure it's okay to have a bit of pressure and have your arm across, but you just got to make sure you do it in a way that you're not impeding the opposition. It's okay to have a bit of push and shove, but
or that the umpire's not looking.
Yeah, and he's not looking, but he can have a presence, but you just got to be careful. Yep.
Wanty South could have easily been 5 goals up.
They should be.
They should, absolutely. In Div 1, North Ringwood 1, straight 6 to Beaky, 1 behind. And in Div 4, Whitehorse 1, straight to Warrandyte, 1 behind.
Mulgrave again, another centre clearance. They're good at this so far. Nets just getting it forward and taking a mark that they can't. Bit of pressure though. Sarkisian's in the way from the hand pass, but pushing the back against the defender. And Nathan Deans, the skipper, is relieving pressure for Wanty South. hands it off. Now long ball out, hoping for no mark for Wantirna South at the back of the pack. Mopping up is Valanis. He's got some support. Go back to Valanis. It's Riley with 2 touches. Gets it inside 45, but it's been chopped off by Noy. So Wantirna South good set up. Stopping marks, now playing on Caney again, going through the middle, releases, now they're going to go through Figamali, now spears the ball in, on the bounce, Warner gets it, Kenny gets his hands free, the umpire's very generous to say it wasn't holding the ball because as he picked it up, he was looking to hand pass, tackled as soon as he couldn't release it. Ball up, 40 metres out. Caney through the middle's dangerous.
Oh, this inside run from the Devils that they're exerting at the moment is danger time for Mulgrave.
Sarkisian's gone to meet the ball at half-back. Gets a long ball out, but it might come back through Caney again. The hand pass, though, goes through Mulgrave, trying to share it out. The tackle gets the ball back for them. Now they go half forward. No numbers for Mulgrave, and it's even too wide, the kick. And it's out on the full, so Mulgrave putting themselves under pressure, implied pressure from the Devils. It's all going against them going forward. Contrary, we're off half back. Wantirna South setting up with some clean possession. Even now, 2 short passes hitting targets. Bit of a slow ball for them now. Caney's back inside 45. He's got his teammate in Grime at a hand pass to him after he marked. So Caney running across field, puts himself under a bit of pressure by holding on the ball a bit longer, but he still hits the target. And he finds Hunt. Hunt, he went and he dodged it because he dropped the ball trying to kick it, and then he gets around the man on the mark eventually. Kicks it long to half forward, no mark taken. But it's beautiful transition football for Wantirna South. They've had 5 shots at goal.
It's just so hard working, isn't it, by Caney? He got himself to 2 contests there.
Ball in, 40, 50 metres out from Wantirna South's goals. Curtis mops up his own ruck contest, but it's Wantirna South with numbers, sharing it out to Disney. Disney puts a high ball, hopeful ball into the forward line, no mark for O'Keefe. Around the corner, Warner. He didn't really get it around the corner. No bend on it. From right pocket, he kicks it out in the full on the left.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary with Jared Beelan.
You mentioned Caney there, Spider. Nathan Dines also. The half-back line of Wantirna South, they're just always working hard up the ground and creating an outnumber at the stop it or at the contest up the ground.
Thanks, Jared. On the boundary today.
I know it's early days, it's only 15 minutes, but this game can really unravel if Mulgrave don't change a couple of things in the next 5 to 6 minutes, Spider.
Yeah, we're already up to 6 intercept marks.
So Dean's a butcher. Figamali gets it out inside the forward 50 yet again. Trying to scoop that one there. It was Wantirna South and a tackle laid by Hewitt. Just the pressure's been really good by Wantirna South.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, turnover games hurting Mulgrave.
Especially just in that forward 50 arc for the Devils.
45.
Can't dump kick.
As Wantirna South get it out with Leggett, gets a hand pass away, snap around the corner from Figamali, and it's going to go through for a behind. It moves the score to 3-3-21. Wantirna South to Mulgrave. He had to score with 1 behind, and we've gone 15 minutes in. Eastland match of the round, semi-final, finals footy at Walker Park. Can't beat it.
Been a domination of 15 minutes by the Devils.
It has. Gervasoni, first real look we've had at him today. Had a really strong start to the year. He gets it onto the outer side wing now down here at Walker Park. First to pick it up will be Josh Parker. They look for an inboard kick. It's not going to happen here at Mitcham. As Deans gets a hand pass, best on ground to Kaika. Good chain of hand passes. Now Andrew can hand pass it away. Back to Kaika, bit of 1-2 action. Andrew picks it up. Disney with a hand pass, then follows it up with Leggett. He gets it inside the forward 50 of Wantirna. And a strong tackle laid by Mulgrave. Just fast footy is what we like, and the 1-2 is working. We're going to go back to the score centre with Paul Laconey.
In the stats, the clearances 5-4 in favour of Wanty South, and inside 50s 10-3 in favour of Wanty South.
Thank you, Paul, doing the stats and, of course, the scores. Keep us around the grounds for today. Snap around the corner, intercepted by Caney, and he just gets it inside the forward 50 and finds his teammate. And again in Taylor Leggett.
That was just brilliant by Caney.
But how many times have they forced the turnover and then they've made Mulgrave pay?
It's just happened time after time because of their inability to...
Leggett plays on, Spider. Leggett plays on inside and a mark taken. The intercept ball of Wantirna South. Just a nice little try to find his teammate. And Kyle, sorry about that as well. McMillan marks that one for Wantirna South in Jake McMillan. So he's on an angle of the 45 arc down here. Walker Park can line up and kick Wantirna South's fourth of the day. McMillan, a strong start for the Devils. Can this be goal number 4? Again, the goal umpire doesn't move and it's through. Wantirna South moved to 4-3-27 to Mulgrave, yet to score with one behind.
Yeah, alarm bells ringing if you're Mulgrave. Yep. They're just not getting their hands on the ball enough. Sure, the clearance is early in the game, but they've evened up from the Devils' perspective, but they're just not hitting up enough targets. They're getting intercepted, cut off on the half-forward line, and in transition they are just getting absolutely torn apart, and the inside 50 numbers are just accumulating, so they're worrying signs.
The intercept marks in this quarter are 4-0 the way of Wanty South, and the inside 50 marks are 6-1 in favour of Wanty South.
Yeah,
and what about
it's damning early.
Oh yeah, and Taylor Leggett, the trust and the kick to McMillan.
It's just an experience. He's just a class player.
Mulgrave can't get out for the clearance yet. They're fighting hard now. This is one area they can really work on just to get involved in the game. Hand pass backwards to Rauskas. Shares it off. Now Mulgrave go in forward, but Andrew might be the interceptor. Puts himself in front of the contest, and you could see him coming. Brilliant courage and skill by Andrew to take the mark at halfback. The kick drops short to the intended. So Leggett's under a heap of pressure. Dodges one, dodges two. Tackle holding the ball. It wasn't a fierce tackle, but it was long enough when he had so much time pre it. So it's a free kick to Mulgrave. Push off the ground. Caney's saying, well, get up, mate. I hardly touch you. Now the kick to the Mulgrave's forward line. They can't take a mark yet inside 50. Ground level ball. This is where Wantirna South have dominated. And here they go again through the middle of Walker Park. Lining up a long ball through Coughlin. The one-on-one. And it'll be a mark dropped. Late spoil by Mulgrave. Good effort. And it's now a disputed ball in defence. Mulgrave. Some relief. The floating hand pass floated into the hands of Wantirna South. Now it's in Von Grundle. Misses to the left. He was really arcing the back to nurse it home, but he shot from 40 and the looping hand pass in defence.
Well, again, the transition, but what they cannot do, they cannot go inside 50 Mulgrave and kick it in the area of Nathan Dinez. Wantirna South had 4 players in front in their defensive half, and that was just never going to work. So they've got to be very smart when they go inside 50.
Yeah, right.
Boundary.
Absolutely.
Jared Beelan on the boundary.
Noah Smith has come off the ground in the hands of the trainers after an off-the-ball incident involving Brooke Caney.
So a bit of a push there. It's going to go.
We didn't see.
I thought it was going to go to Mulgrave.
No, the holding happened before the push.
So Grimer coming back to the club from East Brighton this year. He's been a very good in. And he gets it in forward for the Devils. And Tilliard, the captain. And this is just panic stations again. And a mark taken by Leggett. It's just they look every time they touch it. And Caney can explode from 50, but he does a short kick and it's intercepted by Sarkisian. Just panic stations already. You don't want it in a final. Just some of these kicks are just a lot questionable. Hook gets it to Tilliard on the outside wing there. They've got good play here, Mulgrave. Austin Dean takes the mark. And again, he gets it in 50 and a whistle. And it's going to be a boundary throw-in. A player stepped over the line, I believe. Good fine by the boundary umpire, I must admit.
Boundary.
And they're going to have a talk about it. Let's go, Jared.
More bad news. Jordan Falloon's come off for Mulgrave in the hands of the trainers. So
not good.
It just looks a little bit sore. I wouldn't be too surprised if he does come back on at some point. But, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you, Jared. Not good for a Mulgrave point of view. Javasoni gets it inside to the inside pocket of Mulgrave's attacking. That's going to be another boundary throw-in. So we've just gone, we're into time on now, 21 minutes into this first quarter. Wantirna South a hot start, 4-4-28 to Mulgrave, 1 behind at Walker Park. Mitcham, the MCG of the East. Thought I'll get that one out as well, as Disney follows that one up. Bit of a miscommunication between the two Mulgrave players, and that gets tackled, and again, it's going to be a ball up. So we're on the outside wing down here at Walker Park. Finals footy. It's back, and it's great to see as well a lot of competing clubs going around. And a strong tackle, a laid Leggett. He's had a really good start to this one. Kaika on the outside wing gets it inside for the Devils. First to pick it up will be Grimer, and it's going to be a ball up. So
just got a good balance, Ryan. inside to out the way the Devils do play. They just get you, whereas Mulgrave, they're a little bit hesitant, don't know whether to go down the line or whether to kick short.
So Dinez and, of course, Curtis in the ruck. They'll be doing the majority. It's Wantirna South yet again. Get another inside 50. Warner's there. He's kicked 2 already. And it's going to be wrapped up in the centre of Wantirna South's forward attacking 50, Gav.
Big opportunity for Wantirna South to extend their lead. 27 points. Time on at first term of this semi-final. Rucks go out at Warner. Does get 2 taps out, can't clear the inner circle of the contest. Comes back towards Leggett, who roams the field of Walker Park. He can't get it going yet. And Mulgrave, they can only do the defensive stuff at the moment, applying tackles. They're just not getting first hands. Ball up, 20 metres out from the White Horse Road end goals. Warner again takes a run up, but Curtis, the big man, stands in the wake. But his kick was rushed and it's been chopped off. Play on call, I'm not sure why. Holding the ball against Wantirna South. He must have, did he drop it? Play on quick anyway. This might be a chance for Mulgrave as they sprint forward and running with the flight. Nice mark by Hook, who takes the mark 40 metres out. So finally they get a quick turnover. The midfielder there was James, was quick to play on from the winning of holding the ball, and Hook running with the flight of the ball going towards his goal takes the mark 40 metres out. And this could be the first goal on the board for Mulgrave. By hook or by crook, they'll get another score.
Nice pun there, Gav.
I'm working on it. It's Hook, long ball, missing to the right. It's Crook, 1 point. Mulgrave, 2 points. And it's 4-4, 28 Wantirna South.
As crooked as his last name.
Well, they just need more transition like that and give themselves a chance to score.
As play resumes now, hot start to Wantirna South. Panic stations already for Mulgrave as they're on the wing now near at Walker Park. A chain of hand passes for the Lions, but it's again intercepted. A touch ball from Mulgrave going inside. While Wu is involved, he gets a hand pass. We're deep inside Mulgrave's attacking 50, and again it's going to be a ball up just on the pocket here
Boundary
of Walker Park. Let's go to Jared Beeland.
It's just one too many handballs there by Mulgrave. They're playing very hesitant and just not wanting to pull the trigger because they know it's going to get intercepted if they do.
Thank you, Jared. There's a ball up, gets called, not about, but a chain of hand passes for the Lions. Jeffersoni involved, and he gets balled up now this time. I thought there would have been a ball up, but play resumes. So we're in the Mulgrave attacking 50. Haven't really called this arc yet for a Mulgrave fan watching at home. We're on the radio. Strong tackle late again. Another ball up. 7:45. Let's go to Paul Laconey in the score centre.
Score from Premier Roeville 128 to South Croydon 4 behind.
As Andrew gets a tackle laid and a
Stolen
stuff
away.
around the corner, and it's going to go through for a behind. Got the boot there. That was by Davidson. Just got the boot there, of course. So back to the score centre.
In Division 1, North Ringwood 2-1-13 to Beaky 4 behinds. And in Div 4, Whitehorse 4-1-25 to Warrandyte 2-2-14.
Trusted boot of Kane, he never misses. Leggett gives it back to him on the run. So from the kick out, it goes all the way to the wing. Mark taken by Clark. Clark's looking for options. In forward 45, but Mulgrave gets some numbers back. Good courage by Pereira. Drops in front of the leading option of Hewitt. And he takes the hit as well as taking the mark. So well done by Pereira. Mulgrave, they might know if they need to hold on for the last minute here because they're going slow. Be good just to get some more numbers, more hands on the ball for Mulgrave. A lot of them haven't seen much of it at all. Ground level, close to the boundary line and out for Thompson. There is the siren. It's quarter time. What a great start to this final. That is one of the longest sirens I've ever had to put up with. It's quarter time here in the semi-final. Wantirna South 4-4-28 leading Mulgrave 3 behinds. Before we take a quick break, I'll just go through the goal kickers. Warner's kicked 2, O'Keefe and McMillan. So at quarter time, 28 plays 3. Wantirna South leading by 25 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day, Division 2 semi-final. Wantirna South leading at Walker Park, Nuttawading. Wantirna South 4-4-28, leading at quarter time. Mulgrave only 3 points, and it's been all one-way traffic to the White Horse Road end, and that'll be good for Mulgrave in the second term.
Yep, well,
if that happens on the upcoming 30.
I'll tell you one other thing. Every time we've done a Mulgrave live stream in the last couple of years, they've given up a 4 to 5 goal head start in the first term, and in 2 of those 3 occasions, they've actually won the game. So if you want any sort of
there was a game last year against Waverley Blues. It was actually here. They were 40 points down and won. So.
It was, yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
It was that qualifying final. But in saying that, I think Wantirna South are all over them at the moment. And
panic stations.
Yeah, they've certainly hurt them off the transition. Their forwards look dangerous at the moment. They've got multiple options, but guys like Caney, Leggett, they're giving them plenty. And the signs are not great early for Mulgrave.
No, they're certainly not, Ryan. And they're just all over them at the moment. Mulgrave, they can't get clean possession or clean transition. So when they go forward, they need to be able to hit up targets. Can't just dump kick. And they've got to get creative in the way that they try and enter their forward 50, because it's just going to get swept up by the interceptors and they're going to get hurt off turnover if they keep going into 50 like they currently are. I mean, we've seen the transition game by the Devils in that first term when they've just been punished off the turnover. So big challenge for Mulgrave in this term. A couple of guys off the ground, but look, I mean, it's they can work their way back into it. They've just got to be a little bit more cohesive when they have ball in hand, and they've got to construct a few more better transition passages of play.
It's a shorter huddle for Wantirna South. They'll be very happy. Jason Heffernan has said enough. It's going well for the Devils, but Matt Richards is holding Mulgrave in. They have not moved for 5 minutes now. They are really getting chatted to, and it'll be interesting what is being said.
He's not one to be shy of letting people know what or letting the side know what he thinks, because that was a really disappointing quarter from Mulgrave.
That was probably one of their worst quarters for the year, I would say. Talking to a few people from Mulgrave, they would be really disappointed with that quarter. I mean, and just you have to have a look at the way they've been staying in that huddle. So big challenge for them in this quarter. Work their way back into the game.
Got to respond. And their ball use, compare that to Wantirna South, has been two very, very different sides at the moment.
And we'll be looking for Jared Beadland, boundary side. Are you ready for us now, Jared?
I am indeed. I've got Matt Richards, senior coach of Mulgrave, here with me. Pretty optimistic speech there. If you look at the scoreboard, you had a few things that you were happy about, clearances and stability as well.
Yeah, look, they've hit the scoreboard, but we had, I think, every centre clearance there. So we're getting good looks. We're just not capitalising when we get it into our forward line. They are rebounding really hard off half-back, so we'll work on that. And I think, we can get a few goals here and we can level this game back out.
How do you counter those interceptors? Is it just run and carry?
Yeah, use our run. That's our game is built on speed. We've got to use that.
Thanks, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you, Jared. Great interview, and that's great insight, because when the coach is under the pump, he's got to come up with plan B, because plan A didn't work. So we'll see what happens with the umpires, and Wantirna South have been ready for a minute and a half. The music hasn't stopped, but Mulgrave have finally come to the party and are on the field.
Gav's walked away. Not you, Gav, but from Mitcham, he's walked away doing rubbish collection. So I hope he does turn it off, because I can't turn the Atmos back up.
Just some scores. In Premier, South Croydon 1-4-10 to Rowville 1-3-9. In Div 1, North Ringwood 4-1-25 to Beakey 5 behinds. And in Div 4, Whitehorse 5-1-31 to Warrandyte 2-3-15.
Blake Tennant, we're just about to get the second term underway. It's a 25-point lead for the Devils. You'll start calling the second term.
No worries. Thank you, Gav. So as you've just joined us, it reads 4-4-28 to Wantirna South to Mulgrave 3 behinds. So a 25-point lead to the Devils here. Strong start. Want to get into prelim final action. The winner will be playing Surrey Park, but for the loser, it's unfortunately the season's done. So Janez up against, of course, Bryce Curtis in the ruck duties today. It's Kaika getting the kick out inside the forward 50. First to pick it up will be Valanis. So again, Wantirna South just doing what they've been doing in this first quarter. They bowled inside the forward 50. Plays again to the ball.
Boundary.
It's going to be a ball up. Let's go to Jared Beelan.
The two potential injury concerns for Mulgrave, Jordan Falloon and Noah Smith, they've both started this quarter on the field.
That's a good sign.
Great news for Mulgrave fans watching on. The mark taken, that was by Lachlan Noy. Set it up a really good goal in this game as Jeffersoni gets it going onto the wing where we are at the moment. Terrific view. Finds his teammate in Jack Davidson. It's just going to slow things down. Cool, calm and composed. Now we're on the outer side wing down here of Walker Park and a free kick, and it's going to go for a hold, and it's to Mulgrave. They've got players out the back here. Where would this one sit? It's just going to roll, and to pick it up, it's going to be Thompson. Bailey Thompson gets Mulgrave's first of the day, and that moves the score to 1-3-9 to Wantirna South, a 4-4-28. Just going a minute in to this first quarter.
And that's exactly what Matt Richards would have wanted. First goal of the quarter, Bailey Thompson was involved, but they're big names. Got the ball moving. They asked for with their speed and their transition, and that's exactly what they did there. Got the goal, good start and a good answer from Mulgrave.
And a smart kick from McGowan too, just to be able to put it on in front of Thompson to run onto. And you're right, perfect start. And
what do you reckon of the free kick? There was a very theatrical push forward of the McGowan. He accentuated it, I should say.
Sometimes you just need a bit of luck, don't you?
So Bozoons, Dilmore gets it out. And there's numbers for Wantirna South, one-on-ones and a mark taken. And it's going to go to Quinn Clark. This one's on an angle. And it's just on the pocket he'll be kicking into. I believe he might be going to the traditional drop punt, of course. So Quinn Clark can line up and kick Wantirna South's 5th of the day on an angle. Beautiful conditions. Got some sun out here, boys. It's a nice little 4 seasons in one day here in Melbourne. It happens a lot, especially during springtime. There's Quinn Clark on an angle, can line up and kick the Devils' 5th of the day. Traditional drop punt. And it's going to go. It's a free. It's a goal. Yes, it is. Clark kicks Wantirna South, a fifth of the day, and moves the score to 5-4-34 to Mulgrave 1-3-9. We've gone 2 minutes and a bit into this first quarter.
Yeah, good clearance, and Clark were in the right place, right time, took the mark, and now went back and kicked a really nice goal. You know, good answer from the Devils. That's exactly what they would have wanted.
So Mulgrave got there first, but it was quickly answered. So it's back to a 25-point margin 3 minutes into this second term. Ball up. Curtis versus Dinez. Curtis got it forward. Matt, can they get out of the inner circle through Rauskas? He got tackled as he tried to progress. So it's on the outer wing. Pack of players around the ball. Fierce tackle by Kaika. And it'll be a ball up outer side.
Just their tackling around the ball today has been exceptional, the Devils. Good pressure.
Dinez gets good body position, taps it down. Fierce tackle on Mulgrave, but Sarkisson's there to help out. Hands it off to Rauskas. His ball's been chopped off, smothered. Picking up the ball was O'Keefe. He hand passed forward, hoping that he could have a teammate run onto it, but in 45 it's been wrapped up by Sarkisson, and Mulgrave hold up for now. Tackling pressure, the pressure around the kicker has been elite so far for the Devils. That's why they do have this 25-point margin. Ball up, 40 metres out. Dinez gets the tap, wins it, tries to rove his own ball, but the pack has formed already, and it'll be another ball up. Another ball up, close to goals for Wantirna South. Dinez using good height and body. Gets a teammate Kaika at ground level. He was tackled and dispossessed. Trying to get out of trouble was Davidson, but he's been tackled and wrapped up, and that will be huge for Wantirna South. Tackles applied, effective tackles that is, as well. Rucks go at it again. Curtis wins this time. Good body position. His hand pass is smothered. Just in tight. They've been good, the Devils. The quick kick off the ground for Mulgrave. Progresses it to the middle of Walker Park. Now it might open up. The umpire's got something to say. It's holding off the play. Be a free kick for McGowan. McGowan, long left boot, high one too. Who's going to mark that? They all come from all angles, and it's going to be a mark in defence. And the Devils again hold up, and they've taken all the marks inside both arcs. Not only the forward one, but in defence. So the ball goes to the wing, 1v3. Mulgrave have got the numbers, but they push out trying to impede the one. Oh no, they do get the free kick. So the numbers do win out for Mulgrave, and the umpire signals. McGowan will have another kick from similar position. This time it's not as high. More penetrating kick, but the defence again. First hands from Wantirna South. Ground level though. Trying to get out of congestion was Dean, but he was wrapped up in a tackle, and they're not mucking around. Wantirna South high tackled to Fika Male, who took on the tackle, but it was too high, and he'll have the free kick at centre back. No momentum now for Wantirna South, but they own the corridor. Leggett looked left, now goes right, goes out wider, looking for possession for Wantirna South. Another inside 50, kick too high for the leading option. Ground level ball, scrap for the ball. Tackles applied by Devils again. O'Keefe was too high, was it? He was trying to suggest it was. And he's got holding the ball because he played for a free kick he thought he deserved, and then he held it.
As play resumes, we're on the outside wing. There we are. Mark taken by Thompson. Kicked one goal today. Kicked Mulgrave's first of the day. And just slowing things down Mulgrave at the moment. Bonnie gets the hand pass. And marking that one with ease was Caney again. He's having a terrific save in this game.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary with Jared Beelan.
Wantirna South just playing with one behind the ball. Often it's Grime, the man with the ball in hand right now, and Lachlan Howard. They let Bailey Thompson lead up to the ball, stayed back and just set up the wall.
So Disney on the outside wing of Walker Park today. And a spoil led by Mulgrave, and they're out here. If this can sit here, a strong tackle late, and it's going to be holding the ball, and that's going to go to Van Grondale. What's going on here? 25 metre. Yep, 25 metre free kick going to...
It's funny how the umpire who was getting the lip let him have it, let him do it, but the other umpire said that's enough.
Inside 50 to the Hewitt direction, almost taken. They get it inside, but a mark taken. No, we was touched by Sarkisian, and he finds Wall. He's just going to slow it down.
That was a goal-saving tackle by Van Grondel, I think. But Mulgrave were out in that piece of play.
So they're going to go back into the attack. the lines in Mulgrave. Dangerous times, and that's just going to roll out directly where we are. We're going to go on about 7 minutes into this second quarter. The Devils are at the moment all over Mulgrave at the moment. Dinez gets the hit out. And another tackle and directly where we are at the moment. Scoreboard reads Wantirna South 5-4-34 to Mulgrave 1-3-9. 8 minutes in to this second quarter at the MCG of the East, Walker Park, Mitcham.
Which is in Nunawading.
Takes us it out. Wild gets it out. Tackle, couldn't get it off him. Finds Tilliard, the captain. Wild again trying to pick it up. Gets a kick, does Mulgrave, and it's going to roll out. And it's going to be a ball up, of course. So, nearly in Mulgrave's arc here. Just on the pocket of Walker Park, and the boundary umpire will throw it in. The two big ruckman, Dinez gets another hit out. Disney involved. And here come the Devils again. They find Kelfel and he gets it inside the forward 50. Tries to find Warner. He's got a one-on-one on the pocket. Snaps around the corner. Where's he swinging? And it's going to go through from behind. Moose has scored a 5-5-35 to Mulgrave 1-3-9. We've got 9 minutes into the second quarter, Gaff.
Kick out finds the target to Rauskas. Looking at options, but it's dried up for him, so he'll go back to the kicker out. And mark taken. Quick push off and play on by Hardy. He runs 15, full complement. Now his short pass might be intercepted. Ground level ball. Numbers with Hardy to follow up. Does nicely, and he spears the ball in. Dropped at ground level by Dean. He's got three around him. One of them's Andrews applying a heap of pressure. And Dean released the ball, and he's thankful that it went out of bounds without a free kick against him.
They do look a little bit more willing to take the game on, and that was great from Hardy, and unfortunately the drop mark there on the wing, but just a little bit better this quarter.
Yeah, cleaned up their disposal.
Curtis hand pass forward, trying to get it going. Mulgrave, they're under a heap of pressure from the tackles by the Devils, and the Devils, if they can just get a free hand, it might open up it again for the man that had his head over it. Has been hit over the shoulder, so it's a free kick, and it's in the hands of McMillan. McMillan goes back. Caney with the hand pass received, goes across field, rarely misses a target. He's going to give him the 100% call, but there's a late hit on Andrew, and he took the mark. It wasn't that hurtful, but the umpire will pull back the man on mark 25, so that'll release some pressure. That was on Andrew to find the next kick. He's shaking off the bump as well, or the hit, and his short pass hits the target just to McMillan. Got tight for him when he took the mark at the back of the square. He'll go across field. He's got Grimer to take the kick. Another kick will probably find Disney. Disney's ignored with the lead. Another lead comes towards Morris. Has to stand under it. Then he takes the mark. He dashes away from his opponent. Slips over. Costs himself some free space. Now the long ball. High up and under. No mark for either side. The defence under a heap of pressure of Mulgrave. Now it's been trapped in. The ruckman getting back. Curtis was under a heap of pressure.
8-2 inside 50s this quarter in favour of Wantirna South.
So it's a ball up. And Mulgrave, they're just happy to take some time off and recompose. Dinez, front position, he read it nicely, palmed it down, hand pass forward, doesn't hit the target for Wantirna South, and now the release kick will luckily enough, it finds Smith. Smith looks at options, got a short pass, goes a bit longer down the ground. McGowan has to wrestle with his opponent. In doing so, he only got one mid to it, and his hand pass was holding the ball because it wasn't a hand pass in the tackle. Dinez at centre forward, takes the mark, quick hand pass off to Figure Malali. No long ball. Warner in good position. Now can't go in the marking contest. Close to line. Tap back in. It's going to be an easy goal. Morris was the receiver in the end, but the pressure around the contest, never say die effort from Wantirna South. It was close to the line. Mulgrave were hoping it would be a rush point. It never was, because the great work by Clark to tap it back in. And standing on the line was Morris said, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, it was brilliant, wasn't it? It was just good team play. Knew where his player was, got the ball back out of play, into towards the goal square, and it ended up in a goal. Great play.
I know we haven't got the actual award, but that is your Tobin Brothers goal.
Absolutely.
And more for Quinn Clark to be able to keep that in.
Any day of the week, that beats a lot.
I mean, when you're looking at the video during the week, you're identifying that, and that is just the perfect sacrificial act that you expect from your player.
Scores around the grounds for the EFNL.
In Premier, Rowville 3-4-22 to South Croydon 2-5-17. In Div 1, North Ringwood 4-2-26 to Beaky 6 behinds. And Whitehorse 5-2-32 to Warrandyte 2-3-15 in Div 4.
So a sling tackle. And it looks like it's going to be a yellow card.
Yeah, well, that was reckless. That's going
to go to Dilmore, number 12.
That needs to be dealt with. That wasn't a good look.
Wasn't? Yeah, I think they've been really hard.
Sling tackles.
It's a second action spider, I think, is what they're after. So Tilliard, the captain. Sorry. Riley Fornalis. What's the player doing now there?
Just waiting as the umpire obviously writes it down.
Yeah. Do you reckon you have a week? You know?
It's not about whether it's just we've got to take that out, so we've got to make sure it gets dealt with.
Yeah. As Mulgrave gets inside the forward 50. And the Devils will roll this one out of their defensive 50 arc, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
Just wonder if Moore's been inspired by his teammates and went the extra effort, try to match some of his teammates' tackling.
It's been the DNA of this side today.
As Lyons finds a teammate snap around the corner, and it's through, and it's a goal. Mulgrave get another one just to find it. I think it was Thompson again. He does that one with a snap around the corner, just on the arc of the 50, and that kicks Mulgrave's a second of the day. Moves to Mulgrave 2-3-15 to Wantirna South 6-5-41. We've gone 14 minutes in to the second quarter.
Been involved this quarter, Thompson, so that's a good sign for Mulgrave. Just need a little bit more from a couple of players around him, to ensure that they can stay in touch in the contest.
Yeah, clever around the goals, Thompson. He didn't take the mark because the kick sort of wobbled his way, but he was quick to bounce.
Yeah, read it well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think having front position, that's the forwards, they read the play better than backman, because the backman's got one eye on the forward. Ruck contest, free off the ball. Well, it will be with the ruckman. No, it's in the hands of, I think that's Parker.
Yep.
Parker's got it for Mulgrave from the centre circle of Walker Park. Long driving ball. McGowan's got 2 to beat. Went over his head anyway, so he wasn't no chance to take the mark. And the Devils' defence holds up again. But for 15 minutes, this has been even par effort. So it's great by Mulgrave to at least level up the field of play.
Yeah, they've got it back on track. They've evened the contest up a little bit in some areas.
Trail by 25 at quarter time. Only trail by 26, relatively speaking, only. But the kick out is rushed, but deep defence. Wantirna South, high ball. Wall was in there putting pressure on his opponent. Might come his way again, but he has to apply the tackle. Mulgrave in. Now they're getting first hands on it. They're trying to get it out so they can open up for a shot at goal. And then there's a free kick going their way. So now the tackles are being applied. Hands on ball. The Lions are getting back in this game. And it's through for Loon, who had an injury in the first term. So he's bouncing to his feet now. Looking at options from 50. Not a scoring chance. Spearing ball. McGowan got underneath it. Never had his hands up to take the mark. So the defence holds up again for the Devils. And they'll sprint away from the congestion. Long driving ball. 1v3. Walker is... Warner all on his own, but it bounces out to Dinez. So here comes the cavalry for the Devils. As the centre forward, the tackle's applied again. And this time Warner holds it in. Great effort. Round of applause for Warner.
Yeah, that was a big effort, you're right, because 1 on 3, it looked like the Lions were going to be able to really mop that up and get another inside 50. So just to hold it up, fantastic.
This play resumes. The defence of Mulgrave just trying to hold up at the moment. A big chain of hand passes. Bit of a hold, nothing called. Wantirna South wanted holding the ball. And that's going to be a ball out. So we're just on an angle of the pocket down here at Walker Park. We're going to go to the scores with Paul.
In the clearances, 6-5. That's okay, 6-5 clearances in favour of Wanty South this quarter.
Thank you, Paul. There's a hand pass by Tilliard. Gets it out for Piera. Finds his teammate is Smith. And it's going to be racing out. So we're on the outside wing down here at Walker Park. Opposite end to where we are. MCG of the East Finals footy returning at Mitcham. First time we've had a look here at Mitcham. Always doing a terrific job with the hosting of the Finals series. There's the 2 rucks again, battle and hold. And it's going to go to the captain in Connor Tilliard. So he's just going to slow things down, composed player he is, the captain. He gets it inside 50, but it was just green and white all around this ball as an intercept mark is taken. They go for a short kick, finds Danez and Nathan. Brothers, cousins. So I'm just going to back that one in as a relative as they bomb it, as he gets it inside for the attack for Wantirna South. They got a lot of numbers to the ball. Morris involved with this one. And scooping this one up is, of course, in Clark. And then will eventually be a ball up. So we're on the wing where we are, so we'll get a good look at where this is at the moment. Scoreboard ready 6/41. Wantirna South to Mulgrave 2-3-15, 18 minutes in, approaching time on.
Can they get the next goal, Mulgrave?
Be good if they can, and they're going to do so. They try bombing inside, gets a smother, Sarkisson involved. He gets a hand pass, tackle laid by Disney and Grimer. And again tackle laid, it's just on the angle of the 50-45 arc down here at Walker Park.
Yeah, that tackle pressure's been ferocious today from the Devils.
Umpire Dean O'Neill, there's his first look that we've really looked at it before, gave him a good crump up. As another tackle was laid, and it's going to be a ball up, and the umpire's found something, it's going to be a holding free. Just off the ball, and non-officiating umpire Ray Baird would love that one. And it'll be...
It was absolutely there. Ray Baird has nothing to complain about on that one.
Jack O'Keefe gets it inside, finds Kaika. The outer side wing just slowing things down, coming across from Ferntree Gully this year. And the Lions again trying to get it into the attack. Picking up first will be Austin Dean. He gets it inside the forward 50, and it's going to be another holding free kick, and it is going to Mulgrave.
There was a late...
and it's going to Thomas McGowan.
Downfield free kick.
9 free kicks to 5 in favour of Mulgrave this quarter.
Very noticeable, the whistle's starting to go their way, Paul.
Yeah, McGowan's started to have a little bit of impact this quarter.
Not that they haven't deserved it, but it's noticeable that they're getting in the contest and the frees are coming their way.
So McGowan on an angle of Walker Park here can kick Mulgrave's third of the day. Umpire does not move again. That's Mulgrave's third of the day. Messi scored a 3-3-21. Mulgrave to Wantirna South's 6-5-41. We're into the time on stage. We've just ticked past 20 minutes into this second quarter.
And that's what we were talking about. Can they get the next goal? Well, they have done that. Now can they get 2 in a row and get the margin back within a 2-goal margin at half-time? Give them some momentum, something to take into the half-time break so that they can come out after half-time and really have a crack at it in the second half, really put some pressure back onto the Devils.
Back in the middle of Walker Park. Mulgrave closed the gap to 20, so they're making inroads this quarter. Slowly getting involved in these sort of hard-to-win balls. Sarkisian got held after he released the ball, and I think it's his free kick that'll have to come to, even though the contest moved on from him. It's Sarkisian that'll take the free kick back of the centre circle. Looking at options, the spread isn't there for him, so will he have to bomb? He's looking for shorts, he'll be run down! He never knew it was a play on call. Here goes Wantirna South. Turnover ball. Hand pass releasing the runner to the goals. He wouldn't get onto it. Spilled the chance, did Hunt. It never fell into his lap. The bounce of the ball got away from him and the defence scurried, and they got there in time to rush the point.
It ends up like another shot they had, the other team, I can't remember who it was, had yesterday. They should have just socked it off the ground.
Kick out will be turned over again. Mark taken by Hewitt. Hewitt looks at options, goes to the right side, outer wing, Dunlaven end wing. Short pass finds Disney. Disney looks at options. Here's another mark inside forward 45 and Leggett. Last time Leggett had it at this position, he speared a ball in. This time he goes short and forward and finds a leading target in O'Keefe. They don't muck around with the short passes. They always hitting the targets today, Wantirna South.
And that's the benefit of having this forward line where there's that many guys that are dangerous and can kick these goals, including O'Keefe, who's got the footy now.
Well, he's kicked 2 points before his first, and he's now looking for his second to just push the margin back out beyond the quarter-time margin. So it was 25 at quarter-time, 22 minutes gone in this second term. If O'Keefe can get his second, it'll get back to 27-point margin. From the pocket, he rides the ball all the way, and he celebrates with the his fans across the boundary line, and it is a goal. Wantirna South stretch it out to 7-6, 48, leading by 27. Mulgrave 3-3-21. Nearly half-time in this semi-final.
Well, I don't know if it was towards his fans, because I did see a lot of the Surrey Park boys behind the fence right there where he...
well, he's saying see you next week,
see you
maybe.
next week, maybe. Gone a little bit early. I don't know.
Might be one of those Jack Ginnivan moments.
Well, let's hope it, for his sake, it doesn't haunt him, if he even said it.
No, I don't think he did, but I just did notice all the Surrey Park boys behind that.
Yep, so Wantirna South get a reply, of course. Mulgrave kicked the last goal and the reply to Wantirna South. They get it inside the forward 50, Hardy involved. Finds Denise in Jake, the captain. Finds a chain of hand passes. Snap around the corner. And it's going to be a mark taken to Mulgrave. And it's going to go to Bonnie. He gets it onto the wing where we are at the moment. Walker Parker, Jeffersoni with a big crunchy mark. Just been a terrific player for Mulgrave, and that's not a great kick. Finds Disney in the centre of Walker Park. Finds Kaika. Kaika hand passes it off to Caney. Caney gets it inside the forward 50, and it's going to drift to the right, through for a behind. And moves the score to 7-7, 49 to Mulgrave 3-3-21. We're just approaching the 24-minute mark.
I don't mind that kick. It's high risk, high reward. So if you don't get it right, it's coming back the other way.
So finds Sarkisian, he marks that, and he's going to do it to the centre of Walker Park. He does so. Tilliard in the centre of Walker Park gets it inside the forward 50. Not the greatest of kicks, a lot of green and whites around this one. Noise involved, but Mulgrave get it going, and it's going to be through for a behind. So it moves the score to 3-4. 22 to Wantirna South, 7-7, 49, 24 minutes and a half into this second quarter.
No play on allowed.
That was exactly the transition that Matt Richards would have been looking for. They need to be brave and take on that corridor, and they got a shot at goal out of it.
Grime, a second attempt at the kick out. Works Andrew to Grimer. Grimer's got a shot on. There'll be a spoil over the top. Bit of pressure on Wantirna South as they try to get out of the defence. Now they're linking up. Fair Gamali. Hand passes to a contest. Can't get the kick away, was Noy. Good smother by the Mulgrave defence there as they rush to try to turn it over. Eventually they get on the ball and kick it forward. Releasing Thompson, who's kicked 2 goals this term. He was all on his own because the transition has caught Wantirna South unawares. Now the ball goes to McGowan on the bounce, rushes his left foot, bouncing in the goal square, goes across and misses everything. He rushed himself, McGowan. He rushed the attempt to grasp it. He was like, I've got a chance here. And he just rushed himself in the kick, and it went out of bounds. So Mulgrave did some good urgency in defence, and the turnover suited Thompson because he was standing all alone. I think Wantirna South thought they were off to the races there, got ahead of the play, but the kick out in defence, again they do well. Hunt was the marker, gets it off to his teammate. Warner's going to be in good position to take it on his chest. He looks at options. He's got 1 or 2 running to the goals. He goes to a long ball. Mulgrave in good defence. No mark taken for Mulgrave. The Lions a bit disappointed. Lease, so it will be teammates helping him out through Pereira. Goes across ground and finds Wool. He's got a short ball, and now this is better in-hand play. Gervasoni on the outer side will slow it up because they're under a heap of pressure. They have to hold up when the quick press goes, and the short kick was to Hook, but he spills it because he spilled it because he knew he was out of bounds on the fall. Leggett has to push off Hook. Now he goes around in the pocket. Long ball. No markers there for Wantirna South. Ground level, though it might be a different story. In there was beautifully playing was Kaika. Hand pass released off to O'Keefe. Around the corner. He rushed it, or he just didn't have the boot to succeed. And it's no score in the end.
Just watch out, boys, on Connor Tilliard, the captain of Mulgrave. Just in the hands of trainers at the moment. So.
Yeah, I have noticed that he's not getting any attention at the moment. He's just come to the bench, sat right down, and if I were to guess, and I'd hate to pull this one out of the bag, but I think he's winded.
Thank you.
He's blowing a bit hard.
Famous quote of one of our team members.
2 references for Ray Baird today. He's not even here.
As they're on the outer side wing down here at Walker Park. Siren is not far away, you would think. And finding that is Wawal. Takes it on. And now Mulgrave might be out here. The chain of hand passes. Find away by Davidson. He's in the centre of Walker Park. Numbers everywhere to this ball. Can this sit? And it does. Plays on immediately. And that's Dean. And he misses.
No, he kicked
He's got it. The crowd just went down after he missed it, but it's through for a goal. And that means the score to 4-4-28 to Wantirna South. 7-7-49, 27 minutes in to this second quarter. That's what you call real good player footy.
It was. So Davidson picked the right option then, and in the end they got the result. They had to work hard for it, but they got it, and they needed to get it just on the breath of half-time.
21-point margin now. They've done well to go 4-3 Mulgrave, and a long chat at quarter time by Matt Richards has certainly changed the dynamics of this game. It is half-time in the semi-final of Division 2. Wantirna South leading by 21 points, 7-7-49 to Mulgrave, 4-4-28. You're tuned into Radio Eastern 98.1 or YouTube or Facebook. Keep it locked in. We'll have more EFNL football after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Walker Park, the first semi-final between Wantirna South and Mulgrave. The Devils at half-time lead 7-7-49 to 4-4-28. A good second term from Mulgrave to fight back their way into this game, because at quarter time it was 28-2 and it certainly looked like a very one-sided game. The attack off the half-back line from Wantirna South was ferocious in that first quarter. And Jared, you were on ground level in that first half. How did you see it? And Did you see the momentum shift in any way? I didn't think Wantirna South dropped off at all. I just think Mulgrave started to match him in a couple of areas.
Yeah, definitely the efficiency with ball in hand. They were picking better options, were Mulgrave. I think they're starting to adapt and understand how they are needing to beat that zone that Wantirna South is consistently setting up. I think the back line of Wantirna South has just been so on point today. They dropped off a little bit in that, I think, at the back of that second quarter, and it allowed Aussie Dean to sneak out the back. That's something that I don't think would have happened earlier when, there was more gas in the tank for Wantirna South. Mulgrave, for their part, I'm still not too optimistic because I've just not seen enough evidence that they can transition the ball in a way that is efficient and replicable for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all, of course, plays out in the second half. But back to 21 points. It's a good chance just to now reset and go back in going, look, it could have been a lot worse because for a while there it did look like this was a potential game that could really, really get away with them and could get ugly. Obviously, that's not the case at the moment, 21 points. Who probably does need to take their game to a new level in this second half from a Mulgrave point of view if they are to not just stay with the Devils, but actually go ahead and win this game.
The forwards are starting to work their way back into the game a little bit. I do want to see more from, an Austin Dean, perhaps. Tom McGowan, he did kick that goal. It was from a free kick, if I do remember correctly. I think they just need... let's go down the list a little bit. Their defence have been under a lot of pressure, and I think they have held up well enough. It's just the speed of Wantirna South. They are able to work their way into space in the forward line to get their shots at goal. So often not much that Wantirna South can do. It's a hard one to look at. I think we haven't heard much from Griffin James. Jack Davidson's another one who I think is a very highly rated player who's just not been able to get into the game necessarily. It's a fascinating look, I think, at a Mulgrave team who have stars across all lines, but some players just little passengers these days. I've liked the game of Zach Bonney, though. I think he's stood up well in the back line, specifically for Mulgrave.
Yeah, I certainly do. And then for Wantirna South, their forwards all look dangerous. When you've got Warner, you've got O'Keefe, Morris got on the end of one, Quinn Clark, and then Liam Hewitt hasn't actually troubled the scoreline just yet. Had a massive run-down tackle on Sarkisian in the middle of the ground, which almost set up a goal.
Bonnie's playing on him. So,
yeah, correct. But I think that for me, really, when you look at that forward line, and they get so much run off the half-back line, and Leggett has been, fantastic. Obviously, Brooke Caney. I just feel like even if Mulgrave do take their game to another level, I just think Wantirna South are going to eventually have enough options that they can open this game up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, enough options up forward and enough stability behind the ball as well. There's dangerous goal kickers everywhere. I'm sure some forwards will be able to... some midfielders will be able to push forward and kick some goals. I want to see a little bit more from Ethan Kiker, perhaps a little bit. I know he can get on the scoreboard. Liam Hewitt, he's always going to be dangerous. And in the back line, they've just held up so well. Luke Grimer, Lachlan Noy, Lachlan Howard, Dylan Moore. They've not Dylan Moore, sorry. He was the yellow-carded man. Nathan Dinez. They set up so well. They're really well composed, and I think they're incredibly disciplined as well. And I think that's what I've seen out there from Wantirna South, their backline specifically, that's impressed me, is just pure discipline and knowing exactly where to be on the ground in any given state of play.
Agreed. I think they've been quite impressive so far. Let's have a look at the scores around the grounds as well today. Premier Division Elimination Final, 4-6-30 apiece between Roval and South Croydon. That is half-time there out at Jubilee Park. So big second half to come there. We don't really know either way where that's going to go.
How close is Premier Division? Because we had yesterday. It could have gone either way if East Ringwood were just a bit more accurate. And this one as well, very close.
I think that's why we sort of thought that, going into that, obviously, next week, whoever does win has got a massive chance to beat East Ringwood and really make a run in this Premier Division competition.
Exactly.
Division 1 semi-final, North Ringwood lead Beaconsfield at half-time, 7-3-45 to 4-9-33.
4-9.
Yeah.
Regretful, perhaps.
Yeah, certainly. And when you look at it, that first quarter, they kicked 6 behind, so 4 goals won. So North Ringwood were able to jump out of the gates, but they have been able to bring that margin back a little bit. That was one of the games we sort of looked at as a real interesting battle between those two sides, with North Ringwood's form just being spectacular, really, in the second half of the year.
Definitely.
And the Division 4 preliminary final, it was almost a clean sweep for Warrandyte and the Tips, but Whitehorse have been quite solid today. They're 7-5-47, leading Warrandyte 4-3-27. I believe that is half-time there. So they've been able to jump out of the gates really well. Can they hold on in the second half and put it on the scoreboard? That'll be the other big question. And then, of course, back here, it's 49 playing 28 with a 21-point lead to the Wantirna South Devils. Before we go back to another ad break, Jared, from here, do you see a chance for Mulgrave to take the lead at some point and go on and win this game?
They need to get the clearances back on their terms if they're going to sort of find more sources of scoring, because their transition it's been better. It's not been good enough, and I don't think it's going to improve enough to beat out Wantirna South's defence. Wantirna South, I think they just need to keep doing what they're doing, keep up the pressure around the ball, and stay disciplined in that back line, and I think they'll win pretty, I don't want to say comfortably. I still want to give Mulgrave a chance, but I'm fairly confident that the Devils will take it.
I'm with you on that. I think Mulgrave are still in this game, but in saying that, I think you're right. I think Wantirna South will have the answers if they are challenged big time in this third term. Thank you for joining me at half-time. We're going to go to one more break before we bring back the call team for the second half. It's Wantirna South in the semi-final, leading Mulgrave at 7-7-49, 4-4-28.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park in Nuttawading. It's semi-final one, which is the one that progresses the winner to the preliminary final. We already had semi-final 2 yesterday. Surrey Park, the unfortunate losers yesterday to Templestowe. Templestowe will wait in the grand final in 2 weeks, but the winner of today's game between Wantirna South and Mulgrave will progress next week to face off with Surrey Park. At half-time, the scores here at Walker Park is Wantirna South 7-7-49, leading by 21 points over Mulgrave 4-4-28. We're nearly ready for the third quarter to get underway. It's Gavin Casey, Blake Tennant, Ryan Long, Matt Lee in the commentary teams with help from scores around the grounds from Paul Uconi, who's furiously and hurriedly looking at scores. We'll come to him soon. And on the boundary is Jared Beedland. And any condition changes, I don't know if Jared's even ready for me, but we'll see if he's got any insights. He's right behind me. That's why he's not ready.
Trying to get food, I know that much.
So what do you think of what's going to come to us? Everyone's eating a hot dog. Did I miss out on something?
Yeah, getting lunch, mate.
You could have, they looked after us down there today too, Gav, by the way.
They always do, the Mitcham Footy Club.
Did they?
No, they looked after.
They missed one.
I've already had 4 coffees from them.
Well, they've looked after myself and Ryan. What about you, Spider? Did they look after you?
Underway for the second half of this semi-final, Wantirna South versus Mulgrave, and wrapped up in the ruck contest. Mulgrave can't burst forward through Parker, so we're going to the scoreboard end. Mulgrave left of the screen if you're streaming on YouTube and Facebook. Free kick will go the way and we'll or another ball up, and it gives us an opportune time to go for scores around the grounds.
In Premier, Roeville and South Croydon are 4-6-30 apiece. In Div 1, North Ringwood 7-3-45 to Beaky 4-9-33, and in Div 4, Whitehorse 7-5-47 to Warrandyte 4-3-27.
Wantirna South trying to share it around. Kaika hand passes with his knees to the ground. He hand passes up. Ball inside 45. No clear possession one yet. Hand pass missing the target of Moore, who spent some time on the bench, not by his own choosing, but by his sling tackle. Mulgrave holding up well in defence. The kick misses the target. Running onto it is Dinez. Nathan gets it going. Short pass finds his teammate in Keefe. He's looking for options. Looks right. He dummies his way towards goal and he snares it, and another goal, and he celebrates with everyone across the boundary fence. He loves that.
That's got to be goal a day if we had it.
He wanted to pass it, and he had to think about it, and he said, why am I kicking to a guy in the pocket? The man on the mark has been dummied into, allowing him a straight passage to goal, and a great goal.
Yeah, fantastic finish, and not the way Mulgrave would have wanted to start this third term when you're coming into this second half, 21 points down. So big start for the Devils.
He sold him so much candy, my blood sugar's gone back up again.
It was brilliant play, and he's such a crafty player, O'Keefe, isn't he?
If you could bring some of those lollies up here, I'd really appreciate it.
Well, there's lollies in here, is it?
Yeah. No, he sold the candy.
Oh, please.
Jeepers.
So I tried to
See, I got a giggle.
See, I tried to get that joke a couple of weeks ago, and you guys didn't want a bunch of it. So
no, we won't have it. So I'm even turning against myself. Blake, you want to call or keep going?
Well, I thought you would call. Anyway, his player resumes on the outer side wing. And getting there first is McGowan. He gets a hand pass. And the Lions looking to respond here. That's over to them now. They're down by a margin that Wantirna South are very happy with, and they're going to get inside their forward 50. They're attacking 50 one-on-ones in the goal square. Where would this one go? First to pick it up will be Dean, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in. So I said this, the candy joke at Crombie Reserve a couple of weeks ago.
Not going to let it go, are you?
And you guys didn't want a bar of it. Now today, it's
Not
all
a chocolate bar
a joke. So
Sunday rates, mate.
So maybe it's just Sunday footy. We love finals footy as well.
Your delivery was terrible.
Anyways, play resumes around the centre of the forward arc of Mulgrave here. beautiful conditions down here. Whoever said there was rain coming, I don't know. So as the ball is up here at the centre of the ground of Walker Park. A kick into the middle. And getting up there is Sarkisian with a dribble kick. And there we go. That's the response we needed from Mulgrave. They kick a goal. And yet again, a response from Mulgrave. 5-4-34 to Wantirna South. 8-7-55. We've gone 3 and a bit minutes in to this third quarter.
Yeah, going to be really important to start the first 10 minutes of this quarter. They need to be able to get their hands on the ball. Need to get some momentum early in this part. Win this clearance battle. Give their forwards an opportunity to score. So really important for Mulgrave to exert some authority on this contest.
Boundary.
Go boundary side, Jared Benton.
Yeah, I mentioned at halftime those scores from stoppages. They're going to be at a premium for Mulgrave. It seems to be the most reliable way that they're scoring at the moment.
Yep.
Dinez didn't leap, but he read the ball up really well. But it's Mulgrave getting it off the back of the pack. Butcher, not one of his finest kicks, dribbles towards his teammate who overrun it. And there again is Caney, hand passing to his runner in Dinez. He has to spoon around to Dinez. Does well off backline, Wantirna South. Now they'll go in the middle. Kaika, kick receive, hands it off to Andrew. He might have to run around a couple. Does it nicely in the middle of Walker Park. Gets it out wide to Moore. Moore looking at options. He's got Andrew looping around his back to maybe get the hand pass receive. Ignores that as an option. Still looks ahead. Now drives the ball inside 45. Who's going to take the mark? No mark there for Wantirna South. Ground level ball picked up. Hand pass to the ruckman. He's under a heap of pressure looking at options. So Mulgrave turn it over, and it's through Clark. Clark kicking around the corner, hoping for Warner in good position. The kick off the ground wasn't smart. It's now been a turnover. Hand pass received, gets to Warner. Warner from the pocket, quick to put it on the boot. Doesn't score. So that's an elementary error. If you're going to kick it off the ground, you've got to know who's around you, because that was a bit rushed. And luckily enough for Mulgrave, Wantirna South, just with a couple of hand passes releasing Warner, he didn't have a good look at goal, so he misses everything, and it bounced before it went out of bounds in the right pocket. From the left pocket it was the kick. Ball in, White Horse Road end. Extended 1 goal apiece for this quarter. Out of the pack, Mulgrave trying to get it out of their deep defence. Figamale tries to run onto the ball, but he only bundles it over for effectively a rush behind. So Wantirna South kick on to 8-8-56, leading by 22 early in this third term. Mulgrave 5-4-34.
So Hardy will bring this into play. Finds Jeffersoni. Not happy with the player on the mark, just having a few words. Finds Sarkisian. Kicked the last goal, of course, but Mulgrave down by 19 points. They've got a player open in Parker if he wants it, but couldn't find it. Went back to Jeffersoni. Back to Sarkisian. Just a little chip footy at the moment. Nothing special. They're on the pocket of Wantirna South's forward.
Wouldn't mind a chip.
Can always go, and that's a shocking kick, and it finds the captain in Jake Dinez, and he just bums it inside the 450, 1-on-1 in the back. Couldn't get there. Sarkisian involved. Disney gets a hand pass. Snap around the corner. That's a goal, I think it is. And that's Wantirna South's 9th of the day. And I think that was number 24, Jamie Hunt, I believe it was. And that moves it to 9-7-61 to Mulgrave, 5-4-34. We've gone 7 minutes in to this third quarter.
Yeah, some really good movement there, but they just seem to have all the answers, the Devils, at the moment. Yeah, and they're really at that point in the game where they just have all the answers. So Mulgrave, they just got to keep persisting, see if they can get the game moving their way. But at the moment, the dominance factor just all seems the Devils.
What questions could they pose, Mulgrave? I reckon getting hands on it might be the most pertinent.
Got to get these centre clearances going their way. That'd be the first thing.
Ball up middle of Walker Park. That advantage Wantirna South's ruckman. He was the only one who could touch it. So it goes away, hand pass backwards for Figamale, goes to Caney, and he's always good with the boot, pops it up to centre forward. The ruckman is the rover, hands it off to Hewitt. Hewitt tries to go inboard, bumped himself out of the way, really, ran into trouble. So it's a turnover ball. Long Mulgrave from the back line. Good position by Dinez. Nathan gets them now, takes the mark, is quick to play on. Long driving ball. They spoil themselves through the Devils. They got in each other's way. So the turnover goes to Mulgrave. What can they make of it? Out of wide they go through James. He takes a good mark under a heap of pressure. Sorry, that is Dean. And Dean puts his hand up and says, I've been hurt in that marking contest.
I reckon he's done his wrist.
Just going to your point, Ryan, they're winning the centre clearances, but they're just, a lot of their kicks are a bit kick and hope for Mulgrave. So.
Yeah, definitely the ball use has been very different compared to
it's just been skill execution.
Been effective.
Yeah.
Gervasoni will take the kick instead of Dean, who...
pretty sure he landed pretty bad. It looked, quite solid on that hand.
We haven't got the camera on him at centre forward. It was, beautiful. Thanks, Mick. And so...
She can't hear you, but she just...
Oh, okay.
She just knew because the play was held up.
Beautiful telepathy, actually. That is fantastic. As the... We've got now the widescreen going back into where the ball is. We're going to wait probably 30 seconds. Time to chat between ourselves. Status of the game. Score reads Wantirna South 9-8-62, 28-point lead.
Paul, got any scores available?
Yeah, so some scores at the minute. Early in the third quarter, it is still 4-6-30 apiece between Rowville and South Croydon in the elimination final. In Div 1, North Ringwood 7-3-45 to Beaky 4-9-33, and in Div 4 it is Whitehorse 9-6-60 to Warrandyte 4-3-27.
No mark by McGowan, who got hands on it, but at ground level, Wantirna South get it outside 45 again. Warner gets onto it, kicks off the ground, hoping to find his teammate running onto it, and Clark, he goes off the deck as well with a kick. So they progress, but the numbers are behind the ball with Mulgrave, and they might have an outlet here on the wing, running towards the ball. Thompson, good late hand by Wantirna South defender effectively in O'Keefe. The forward coming back just to intercept, timely intervention, because I reckon Thompson, even though he was in the middle of three players, he had enough room to go again after he marked it. So brilliantly done by O'Keefe. Rucks go at it from the ball in. That resulted. Now they're going from the back of the pack through. Gervasoni gets it onto the bounce to McGowan. Has to run outside 45. Look inboard. Andrew sets up. Doesn't get to him. Ground level picked up by Thompson. He couldn't. He got the ball smothered from his kick at goal. So again holding up is Dinez. Nathan gets the kick. More will be fortuitous. It gets to him. It goes through hands. Hand pass wasn't good to the ruckman Dinez. And it's a turnover now. But it's still in the area. Moore butters up. Now takes on the pack. He kicks a long ball. 3v3. Wantirna South fly at it, but in defence. I reckon that's one of their first marks in defence by Lease. Lease release. Kicks the ball to Hardy. I didn't mean that to rhyme, but it did. Hardy goes into the middle. And here go Mulgrave trying to get it going. Spearing ball. Three options. Missed them all. But at ground level, it's still the Lions. Hand pass releasing. Kick around the corner. Misses.
That was rushed.
It was rushed because he probably didn't know there wasn't many Wantirna South defenders to hold him up. So the kick around the corner missed. And the turnovers are costly, but not costly enough for Mulgrave's sake. 5-5-35, trailing 27 points, 9-8-62 at Wantirna South.
That's been the difference, hasn't it? The turnover game. They punish on the scoreboard, the Devils, whereas Mulgrave haven't been able to.
So a fist is laid, and it's going to be through for a boundary throw in.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary with Jared Beelan.
Just keeping an eye on Bailey Thompson. He crashed into the fence before, as was pointed out. Then he made the contest further up the ground. Got hit hard there. Was pretty slow to get up, and now he's on the bench. But no attention from the trainers, so I think he's just having a bit of a rest and composing himself.
Thank you, Jared. A tackle was laid, and we were just on the tip of the 50 down here at Walker Park. Scoreboard 61, Wantirna South, Mulgrave 35. And again, we might have another stoppage. Third quarter action, MCG of the East, Walker Park. Doesn't get any better. Finals footy returns. First time I've been here at Walker Park. And a hand pass laid. And Mulgrave will look to get this one out. And it's going to be holding the ball, and it's going to go to Brooke Caney. And he's just going to slow things down.
It was great out at half-time they did a ground announcement for someone to man up on him.
Yes, I think they were looking for his mum or dad, I presume.
Oh, was that what they were looking for?
Yes,
Oh,
I think so. Hopefully that is found, the card, of course. As Dinez in the centre of the wing down here at Walker Park just bombs it forward. Who's going to get out there first? And was Morris. And this is going to be on an angle, and it's intercepted by Mulgrave. Slung things down, and it was Pereira that one, and it was touched or something, and that's going to be out of bounds. So it'll be a boundary throw in down here.
Rauskas thought he marked it. The umpire said different.
Yeah, so usually they put the whistle away in finals in crunch time footy, but anyway, play resumes. Jeffersoni gets a hand pass, and Davidson was involved. He gets a kick, and that's going to be out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a Wantirna South free kick, and Grimer will resume proceedings. Finds Dinez in Nathan to Disney. Disney on the centre of the ground here at Walker Park, getting inside the forward 50. Mark should have been taken. It was by Lease. Snap around the corner. It's high and up and under. Who's going to get there first? But it is Mulgrave in Harding. He plays on immediately.
Hardy finds a teammate in Gervasoni. He wanted to play on. So the umpire, some latitude, didn't call him on the step. So Gervasoni looking inboard. He hooks it around the corner. Nice little play to Rauskas. Rauskas can play on. Gets a long ball driving one-on-one. Allows McGowan to run at it. And he had the advantage of seeing the ball come to him. McGowan hooks around. Sarkisian running towards goal. He'll take the mark. Will he under beat pressure? Too much pressure. Couldn't take the mark. Now the numbers are with the Devils. And in defence they hold up again. Getting it through the middle. Long spearing ball. Whistle though. Mulgrave for that a turnover in the middle of the ground, and they're going to be penalised for their forwards.
Yeah, it was a downfield. Hitting
their opponent. Kick across ground. Morris, open spaces, takes his time too. Lines up a kick to the leading option. 2-eye for Clark. Clark bounces onto the ball. Hand pass was going to release his teammate, but it's smothered. Mulgrave do well and will relieve some pressure with the kick received. He's quick to play on. Hand passes to Gervasoni. He has to be smart in tight. He gets it back to Wool. Wool taps it forward. He didn't want to take on the tackler, and it didn't get penalised by that decision because there was a heap of Wantirna South players around him. Probably needed to take the tackle on in retrospect. Tap one down, ground level Leggett, hooks it around, bouncing ball to the leader, now trying to get away from the tackle, 2 tackles, that's going to be holding the ball. If you don't succeed with the first shrug off, Hewitt was penalised for the second, and Mulgrave hold up again.
So Mulgrave looking all right, Rauskas involved. We're on the outside wing down here, he gets it in to... Oh! Great mark there by Dinez. Jeez, he got best on ground last week, and now that is mark of the day.
Climbed his own player to do it, though.
Could be taking home the Mazda or the Toyota there as he gets it in forward for the Devils. Mulgrave with a chain of hand passes, and that gets smothered. We're going to go to Paul Laconey.
In Premier, South Croydon are starting to kick away from Roeville. It's South Croydon 7-6-48 to Roeville 4-6-30.
Wow, they only just made the finals as well, South Croydon. So
yeah, they're playing some pretty good footy. As the mark was taken, that was by Hook. And he gets it going for Mulgrave. Thompson involved, had a little bit of an injury cloud. And that's going to be through for a boundary throw in.
Boundary.
Nathan Dinez just playing superb. Let's go boundary.
There's so little margin for error for Mulgrave when they transition the ball down the ground. They have to thread the eye of the needle, basically. Otherwise, Wantirna South are just going to continuously intercept, spoil. They're just so well set up, and Mulgrave are finding it so difficult to break
absolutely,
through.
Joe.
Clearing kick from Dale. Might only be temporary. It breaks now. Disney runs onto it, hands it off to a teammate. They try to go through the middle. Here they run with the ball. Figamale on the receive. Now driving, long ball to Hewitt. Yes. Sorry, that's Clark. I thought it was Hewitt running towards the ball, but it was Clark in the end. And what a nice leap, straight up, strong hands.
Yeah, great hands.
Big jukes.
And Figa Marley's one of those players, particularly in this quarter, has really stood up through the middle, Spider.
Yeah, he's been really good. But that's just a clear illustration of the way that they move the ball from end to end, and they've been doing it all afternoon.
The fact that they can release the handballs in the middle of the corridor and have open space to deliver is an indictment on Mulgrave, who are getting back in this game, holding up well in the last 40 minutes. But this will be a killer goal against the trend, and it's another goal to Wantirna South. 10-8-68 to 5-5-35. So it's a 33-point margin. It was 25 points at quarter time. Been a good contest since, but it's now Wantirna South by 33. More scores around the grounds.
In Div 1, North Ringwood 7-3-45 to Beakey 4-10-34. And in Div 4, Whitehorse 10-6-66 to Warrandyte 4-5-29.
Whitehorse looks to be in the Div 4 grand final as the umpire will throw it up. Trevisoni involved, gets a hand pass. They go look for the outside wing down here at Walker Park. And it's just going to roll through a boundary throw in. Good crowd around here today. Two sides that have, well represented, I would say. Of course, Wantirna South had three sides playing today. 19's had a good win, and the reserves unfortunately lost to Croydon. And they're winning today. And this one's going to just be another stoppage for a ball up. Just on the tip of the 50 on the angle of Walker Park here.
They've certainly evened things up after quarter time. It's been 6 goals to 5 in favour of Wantirna South, but they've just got to eat into this margin if they're any chance of winning this game. They've got to get within 5 at least.
I think even potentially 3 goals, Ryan,
yeah, I
to
agree.
be honest.
This play resumes. Next goal for Mulgrave will just be crucial, just for their confidence.
They haven't been able to crack that 20-point margin, have they, Spider?
No, they haven't, but they haven't been able to get consecutive goals for a long period of time.
So I have to get the Uber driver to give the ball back.
So Rauskas, Michael Rauskas can bring play back into. He gets it inside the forward 50. And mark taken. And it's going to...
Where were the forwards for Mulgrave? Did they know where it's coming?
So Grimer intercepted that one really well. He's having a good afternoon himself. Of course, coming back to the club this year. It was fisted away. Thompson with a hand pass finds well. And good. This is good by Mulgrave. They get inside the 450, but Andrew just marks it really well there. Intercept mark. Wanted to 25 for the player stepping over. Wasn't called.
Been really good too, Andrew.
Yeah, he has been.
Offensively.
So Leggett will have this ball. A lot of barking instructions. Telling the player to play on. Back to Leggett. Leggett gets it inside. Finds Andrew. He's having a good say in this game. He gets it onside to where we are. Perfect look at this. And McMillan marks that one.
Been another one who's been really outstanding.
Yep.
Just trying to slow things down on Wantirna South. Of course, they've got a big lead at the moment, leading by 33 points. Kiker involved, gets a hand pass. The tackle was laid. Here go Mulgrave. Tilliard gets it inside the forward 50, one-on-one. Sarkissian's involved here. Well done by Andrew. Really solid work. And he spoils it over for a behind. Even our man Gav Casey was loving that. And that moves the score to Mulgrave 5-6-36 to Wantirna South 10-8-68. Time on stage, 21 minutes in.
Two things: athleticism to get back to the contest, and turn his body so he'd no front on contact to give away the free kick.
Future coach here, Gav Casey.
Well, Sarkissian was in the van there, but it was a turnover in effect with the spoil. So Wantirna South, Kiker's on the ball. He just wrestles it with his opponent, gets the ball out to the boundary side. Volanis Tyler was bundled over, and it's now going to be a ball up on the wing as he hands the ball back to the umpire. Scores around the EFNL.
Just some stats. So the inside 50s this quarter, 11-10 away of Wanty South.
Kikes, he intercepts the handball, gets it to teammate in Coughlin. The kick goes forward. What can they set up? Warner picks it up from 50. He puts it in the goal square. He's got his teammate running with the flight of the ball. Clark couldn't get on the end of it, and the defender was there to push it over in Pereira. So a bit of a let off. Warner's ball just had too much length for Clark running towards his goal, and no mark could be taken. 69 plays 36. Wantirna South leading by 33. 22 minutes gone, third term. Mulgrave kick it out. Broadcast side, hoping for to run at it. A nice mark taken by Lease. He came from a long way back, but he ran with purpose to the ball, took a good mark. 1v2. Not the greatest kick to McGowan. Has to do some good bodywork. Andrew was the second one involved in the contest. Rove Dinez's spoil, and the tackle was taken. Mulgrave now, well, they wanted the play-on situation for Villanis. Well, one of them hand back to his brother. Finally gets back to the tackler in McGowan. McGowan hands it off to Gervasoni, gets it back to McGowan. Sarkisian takes on 3 in the marking contest, but it's still around the goal square. Parker runs back towards the middle of the ground. Hand passes to the wall. Wall under heap of pressure, coughs it up. And now Wantirna South get it out of defence. Mulgrave might be able to get it in, but there's a huge amount of numbers. Turnover tackle wins the ball to the Devils. Will it go forward through Caney? Caney's got another hand pass. It's Leggett. Leggett now gets the runner. He gets it over to Dale. Dale spears it in. Can't find the target in Clark, but Clark bounces off all opponents, puts it towards the goals. It's a goal. They are dominating the corridor. It's one way to the goals, and Whitehorse get another through Clark. He's third.
Whitehorse?
Was from the Whitehorse end.
Whitehorse end.
Damn it. Wantirna South.
It was so
Wantirna South.
The thing is, that whole play was so frenetic. It was like the last 30 seconds in a drawn grand final.
It was, but it was just great transition play. I mean, look, that was just brilliant play, the way they moved the ball once again, and their big names got involved. Like, that's what they've been doing all afternoon, and it turned out to be a really important goal, and that's how they've dominated this game.
It was great for Wantirna South to be pioneers of great football.
Oh, very nice. Smooth.
Thank you.
As play resumes, loving these puns, Gav. Really making me enjoy my Sundays. The tackle is laid. Gets a hand pass laid for Wantirna South, and this is going to go on the boundary wing where we are at the moment. So good look, and Nathan Dinez, what a game he's having in defence. Gets it in forward, almost a mark taken, but they can pick it up here. Can the Devils? A chain of hand passes for Mulgrave, and they're out here if this can sit. First to pick it up will be Vonanis. He gets it inside. Thompson's involved. He'll scoop this one up, but he's got Andrew, and it's going to be
Could have been out the foot. No, not quite.
No.
That was one opportunity for Mulgrave gone begging, because Wantirna South had overcommitted to trying to get the spread and provide options forward. It was a really good turnover, and then they just butchered it.
So Janaz just grabs 2 fists and gets it out to a Mulgrave player. Step around the corner from Vanals. Gets a tackle, and it's going to be... it's on here.
Okay.
Dean O'Neill's going to get the yellow card.
I actually sympathise a little bit for Sarkisian that I reckon Andrew spoiled his own teammate in the marking contest. He got given the mark, but Sarkisian took it too far after that.
Just unnecessary, isn't it?
At this time of the game, unnecessary, undisciplined.
And correct. And
it will get the yellow card.
And this does happen a lot when a side is on the ropes in a final. Things can unravel, and that's certainly a yellow card.
Yeah, just frustration.
And Leggett will say a few words as he...
So Disney will have this after the scrap that was needed. Well, not for the... We don't always do this as well, so Disney will have this.
Been okay, Disney. And
coming to the club this year, Spider from Vermont.
He's had a good year.
Famous name, of course.
Jason.
Yeah.
He was a pretty good player in his own.
He was.
Good,
very good cricketer as well. Just an all-round sportsman.
Good VFA player with Box Hill back in the day.
Sister playing in the senior women.
Good Disney. The Disney name's pretty good. Yeah. In very good company as they're looking to get her out of this one. Leggett finds player in Vonana. Sorry, Rauskas. Rauskas gets it inside the forward 50. Snap around the corner from Tilliard. Looking all right here. This is a goal.
Oh.
And it's going to hit the post and it's going to go through from behind. So it moves the score to 5-8-38 to Wantirna South, 11-9-75. We've gone 27 minutes into this third quarter, the premiership quarter, of course. And while Wool marks it, plays on here, Thompson, open goal square, kicks the goal. And Mulgrave, 6-7-43 to Wantirna South, 11-9-75.
Third goal for Thompson, man on the end of Wool's intercept. And there's a push and shove that is a bit more ferocious than a push and shove now in the pocket. I think there just becomes a line in the sand moment when you're getting pushed around that someone's going to stand up for themselves. And I don't know who decided that they wanted to have a bit of a melee, but I'm not sure Mulgrave are close enough here, but that goal gets them back to 32 points. And can they wrestle some momentum back in this encounter, Spider?
Yeah, look, they're just got to try and see if they can get it under that 30 points by three-quarter time. Can they get it back to about 25, Give them some hope going into three-quarter time, something to hang on to.
Just a Div 1 score. Beaky have hit the front against North Ringwood. They lead 6-10-46 to North Ringwood 7-3-45.
Disney spins around, takes the kick long into the forward line for Wantirna South. They go to the White Horse Road end, but they can't take a mark. Clark in and about will hold it up for the Devils. So they've had just about every answer when Mulgrave have been able to get a goal.
Yeah.
Wantirna South. Ruck contest came to nothing for both sides. Curtis picks the ball up and is surprised he wasn't tackled. Gets a free hand pass, but the tackles now fly in for Wantirna South. Lucky for Mulgrave, no penalty against Falloon. And it'll be a ball up again, 30 metres out from the goals of Wantirna South. 75 plays 43. Ruck contest, Mulgrave getting the hands on it. Wool, who took a nice intercept mark, handed it over to the goal kicker. Then he took on all tacklers this time and he's been penalised. Well, no, it's the sling tackle that's been penalised. Well, that's what the umpire's interpretation is.
We've seen a couple of them today, haven't we?
I think he sort of got picked up and dumped. So Wool gets it into the corridor. It's not long enough or high enough. And the intercept comes from Keefe. Keefe, he knows his way around the marking contest today.
The argy-bargy's still going on over the other side. That's
I'm trying to call a game and there's something else going on. There's melees all around and O'Keefe has to hand it over.
What was the other yellow card?
Well, they were still going on over the other side when the play resumed. So I reckon he's...
I think it's Hilliam Hewitt that's coming off.
Do you think the umpires should be call umpiring the contest or the fights? It's a funny one to think about. You know what I mean?
Well, we've got multiple umpires for a reason, I suppose.
That's fair.
But half the expectation is too that they'll see the game's going on and they'll get back into the play. Sometimes they just don't.
And you're right, Blake, it was Liam Hewitt.
Yeah.
So Mulgrave kicked from halfback.
Yeah, and a mark was touched, and it's a strong tackle by Wantirna South. Bit of feeling, I feel.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
It is.
Watch this. Off there. What happened? Got dropped. And what's going on here? Free kick going to... And that might be 25. Dean O'Neill just says, no, boys, follow me.
Come with me.
This is pantomime now. If you get pushed, you're going to fall over.
Yeah, that last one was milking it.
So Grimer will have this. Love to see it on a Sunday afternoon as Grimer gets it forward for Wantirna South. Big fly at it. Hand passes was by Warner. And out the back here, Norris. And it's going to be through for a behind. So that moves the score to 11-10-76 to Mulgrave, 6-7-43. 31 minutes into the third quarter. But, of course, we had a few yellow cards.
Serious question, is this Mulgrave conceding that they've lost this final? Because they've probably been pretty ill-disciplined this quarter.
The after-party celebration.
The disappointment. Yeah.
And that is three-quarter time. Wantirna South lead 11-10-76 to Mulgrave, 6-7-43. That is three-quarter time out here. We'll just go through the goal kickers, of course. We have Jack O'Keefe. He's got 3 majors, along with Quinn Clark with 3. And then followed by Jesse Warner with 2. And then singles to Lachlan Morris, Jake McMillan, and Jamie Hunt. And then for Mulgrave, Bailey Thompson with 3. And then singles to McGowan, Dean, and Sarkisian. This is three-quarter time for the Eastland match of the round. It's Wantirna South 11-10-76 to Mulgrave 6-7-43. Back shortly.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park in Nuttawading. It's semi-final for Division 2, Wantirna South. 11-10-76, leading Mulgrave 6-7-43. It's a 33-point margin, and the winner will progress to the Premier Final next week to face off with Surrey Park. It was 25 points at quarter time. It was 21 points at half time. 4 goals to 2 in that term. It seems like it is a scoring end to the right at the one-turn White Horse Road end, but this is a big margin to overcome for Mulgrave, and the scrap and the melee off the ball is a telling sign that this contest may be over. Well, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but just in case.
I'm happy to say it, Gav.
All right, well, I won't go too early, but it's a big lead for Wantirna South, 33 points. We'll get Jared Beelan on the ground with after the huddles. It's a long huddle for both sides. We've got scores around the grounds, but special comments from Matt and Ryan. What did you reckon of that third term, and looking forward to the fourth?
Yeah, I thought, particularly in the second half of that third term, Wantirna South started to get back on top again, and they hit the scoreboard. They got the margin back out to that 5-goal margin beyond, which is key for them. And I just thought, Spider, in that last 5 minutes, it really started to unravel. They were very ill-disciplined, Mulgrave. There was a lot going on out there, and it just felt like they were very close to just conceding this game. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to start this fourth term.
Yeah, look, if you're Matt Richards, you've just got to put it all. You've just got to put it all on the line now. You've just got to basically say, take a risk, get the clearances. They've just got to take the game on now, Mulgrave. You say there's nothing to lose. Well, there's everything to lose. You're going to lose a game of footy, but you've just got to have a crack.
Let's go boundary side, Jared.
I've got Jason Heffernan, senior coach of Wantirna South, down with me. Your boys have been on point today, very disciplined. They've been working for each other, and it's all about continuing to do that, no doubt.
Mate, 100%. And look, to the umpires' credit, any time something's looked like even half kicking off, they've yellow carded dudes. Not because they think they've done anything wrong, but it just settles things down. So, look, for us, it's 5 goals, but 5 goals is nothing in modern footy, and our boys have played really well. I can't ask for much more.
Is there anything that Mulgrave's doing that might concern you for this final quarter?
Oh, mate, they're doing a lot. Like, they've got some great players, so for us to be where we are means that we've had to play well. If our guys with doing, that's the test for our guys. Young fellas, just stake the courts and see what happens.
Awesome, thank you, Jason.
Thank you to Jared and Jason, and the fact you don't often hear a coach call the players dudes, but I enjoyed that.
It's very modern, but it is. It's just about Mulgrave. It's over to them. They're just got to have a crack. They've just got to leave nothing left in the tank in this 30 minutes of footy and see where it takes them. First 5-10 minutes is going to be very important. If they can get a couple of goals early, put a bit of pressure back on Wantirna South, you never know what might be in store. We might be in for a close finish, but Wantirna South kick a few early goals, you think the floodgates could well and truly open here.
It was good to hear some praise for the umpires. Like, you sort of expect, okay, well, they're winning. They might be getting the free kicks, but especially, like, they went both ways.
Yeah,
exactly. As well. So
and it's only been Wantirna South players who've been carded. So to give praise to the umpires for doing that and just maintaining order on the field, I think that was very good of Jason.
No, Sarkisian's off at the moment. So
that's my mistake as well.
And the thing is, it just has that protection too for the players coming off and for keep the game moving and for players for next week as well.
So we're just about to get the fourth quarter underway. It's a big lead for the Devils, 33-point advantage. We might, we'll give you 30 seconds, but Paul, if you've got the three-quarter time scores around the finals, there's a lot of people that tune into our broadcast just to get the full perspective of all the divisions. Have you got some scores?
I've got some scores in the Premier Division. Last course just started. It's South Croydon 8, 654 to Rowville 7, 749 in Div 1. North Ringwood 9, 458 to Beakey 7, 1153, and in Div 4 it is Whitehorse 11, 874 to Warrandyte 6, 642.
So the clearance goes away with Wantirna South, and they got push over the shoulder, free kick to Morris.
Not sure about that one.
We'll get more comment on that. You could see on the video he had his head over it and got pushed, barreled over in a way. So the free kick seemed pretty obvious to the umpire. And gives, that's McMillan, who line up from 50 metres out, a very acute angle. I reckon he's going to prop this up to the goal square. Yeah, he does. It's a bit shorter even of the goal square. And good positions, Clark. He's kicked 3, and he's got strong hands. When he's in front, when he's got body position, and he can just stretch his arms in front, they're like a vice. And Clark, if he kicks his 4th, we might just be setting for a sorry end for Mulgrave. So it's Clark who's going to dust himself off from the late spoil. Too late for him to not have taken the mark. 30 metres out, Clark looking for his 4th, and he'll break this game wide open.
Could this be the sealer potentially?
I dread to say things like that because that's a commentator's curse. I'm allowing others to say that. But
it is the sealer.
So Clark, if he kicks his 4th, it'll be a big lead for the Devils early in this 4th term. He is a dead-eye dick as well as a strong mark. It is Clark's 4th, and they are big leaders, Wantirna South. 39-point margin, 12-20, 82, leading Mulgrave at 6-7, 43.
He's had a great game, Clark, and he's had a fantastic season. He's just got such a big presence about him, and he just adds so much dynamic to that Devils forward line and the way that he plays.
Just got a score from Ray Baird. Rowville are back in front, boys. So
he said they were kicking with the wing, scoring end.
Yeah, 55 to 54. So Ray Baird will be all over that one at Jubilee Park.
Will he be in with the theme song? He said that they weren't winning another game a few weeks ago.
Anyways, this game resumes, and we're deep inside. Mulgrave attacking 50, but Wantirna South able to do really well. Mark taken by Dylan Moore. He gets it into the centre of the ground here at Walker Park. Not the greatest of kicks. And it's Tilliard, the captain. He gets it inside the forward 50. They've got one-on-ones out the back here. Who's going to scoop this one up? A strong tackle laid. Thompson involved. He's having a pretty good game for the Lions. He gets it forward. Whoa, is there any marks? That's a mark. Yes, it is. So he's on an angle here of the pocket down here at Walker Park here. We've gone 3 minutes in. But he's going to go for the traditional drop punt here by the looks of it, unless he wants to change it. But no, he's going for the drop punt on the pocket. He can line up and try to get Mulgrave across the line, and he does. And that moves the score to Mulgrave, 7-7-49 to Wantirna South, 12-10-82. We've just gone 3.5 minutes in to this fourth quarter.
He's been good. He's competed well, Spider.
Yeah, he has competed well, so just got to push on and finish the game off now.
It's great to see a left footer in the left pocket kick straight over the goal umpire's hat, not try to bend it around or anything.
Yeah, it's a big skill to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a forgotten art, the kicking straight for goal.
So we'll see how many times it costs sides.
Yeah, that was a great goal from the wingman, who's roaming both ends, getting involved. Rucks go at it again. Curtis was flying high, free kick off the ball. We've come to get used to that aspect of the game lately. So Parker, long driving ball into the forward line. Getting underneath, big spoil, 2-on-1. So Mulgrave being outnumbered, and McGowan might not come off. That's Thompson, might not have come best off that, and he's just reaching for his ankle. Might just be adjusting his boot, hopefully for him. No injury to dust off. Curtis versus Dinez. Ground level, Kaika hands it back to the ruckman, who was saying, "Don't give it to me," and he gets tackled. And it'll be another ball up 50 metres from goals of Mulgrave. Rucks go at it. Curtis pushes off, then does the kick around the corner. Who can mark it? Big pack comes. The defence had to take on the pressure. And at ground level, wrestling for the ball was Butcher. And it'll be a ball up. So Wantirna South just having to suck in some breaths here in defence as Mulgrave pushing forward. Not too many marks today in the forward line, so that's really held up their scoring attempts to 7. They just haven't had the fluency going forward. But what can the line set up from the top of the goal square? The under heap of pressure, McMillan rushes the ball to Moore. Moore taps it inboard. Is that a dangerous decision? Hand pass back, goes towards Hardy, takes on the tackler. Didn't know what he wanted to do next, Hardy, but the tackler did, and takes the ball off him. It's in the hands of
Clark again.
Well, I'm just surprised to see him there. I knew it was him, but the fact that he's in the full back line taking a tackle was fantastic from the spearhead, who's kicked 4 today. Kick from half back doesn't suit Morris, so the two of Mulgrave might share it out. Hand pass from Valloon doesn't hit the target, but it comes out wide to Bonnie. He's been getting involved more in the second half, gives it to Wall. He takes on the tackle, spins out of the tackle, but he never did actually, said the umpire, and it's going to be a free kick. Bonnie comes in late to tell Clark, who's now becoming a great tackler. He spears it into a leading option, but too many in his way. And it's been a mark by Tilliard. Tilliard goes out wide. Now they can go through Thompson. Thompson wanted to run off, but he couldn't. So he has to go backwards to Davidson. Looks into the middle. Gets the pass to Rauskas. Rauskas looking at options. He's got a wide runner if he wants it, but he's going more direct. Spearing ball in, and good grasp. Great mark taken by Curtis. Now it's a pop-up hand pass. Kick inside, not marked. Trying to run onto it is Valanis. Goes again, does Riley. Riley can't get it to the advantage of his team. So the hand pass goes out wide from the defence and out of bounds. And Wantirna South very solid in defence.
Tilliard's really starting to try and work his team back into the game. He has got 2 inside 50s. He's ticking an intercept mark as well.
Rucks go at it, ground level, Gervasoni gets it onto the boot quickly, but here's Wool. He runs onto it, takes on the tackle, puts on the boot, don't know how, doesn't score yet, so Mulgrave still in the area of trying to get another goal on the board. Wool was all arms and legs there as he got tackled, and somehow the ball connected with his foot, but doesn't go the 10 metres he needed it to.
Mulgrave are Mulgrave are leading the inside 50s this quarter, 4-2 so far.
They are trying to the end. Credit to the Lions, but they can't get the all-important goals. They've added one only, and they've had that matched.
So we're in the centre of Mulgrave's attacking 50, and we're going to get another stoppage out here.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary with Jared Beeland.
Well, Wool's getting involved. He's starting on the wing, and he's pushing forward to try and provide Mulgrave with another marking option, just to counter that loose behind the ball that Wantirna South have had all day.
So we're sort of at the centre of, again, where we were, not too far away. The umpire will throw this one up. The two rucks going at it. And again, we'll have another stoppage ball up here. Scoreboard reads Wantirna South 12-10-82 to Mulgrave 7-7-49. 8 minutes into this final term. And here come Lions. They get it inside the forward 50, smothered ball. Chain of hand passes. First to pick it up will be Mulgrave. And another chain of hand passes, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in yet again. So we're in the pocket of Mulgrave's attacking 50 here of Mitchell's Walker Park, MCG of the East. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube. As the ball was thrown up. Danez involved. He's had a big say in this game, the big ruckman. He's a big boy, Danez. As the two rucks will battle it off again. With Curtis and Danez in the ruck. And we might have another. No, it's a kick that was smothered. Another strong tackle. And we might get another stoppage. So a lot of stoppages at this stage.
Which I don't think Wantirna South will mind too much at this.
No, just take time off the clock.
Yeah, they've done all the damage I felt.
The damage was done in the first quarter.
Yep. So Mulgrave have been playing catch-up footy. And they finally can scoop this on the outer side wing of Walker Park. Van Grondale picks it up to Leggett. Leggett with a short kick inside the 50 to Dylan Moore. He gets it off, tries and finds his teammate Disney on the pocket here, and the Wantirna South faithful will be right behind this if Disney can kick the goal. So just on an angle here, you reckon he'll go for the traditional drop punt here?
I think he will.
Yep, as we mentioned, the Disney name is big around the Wantirna South Footy Club and of course the Templeton area. So Disney can line up on the pocket for Wantirna South and pretty much steal this off Mulgrave. Lines up and it's going through for a behind. So moves the score to 12-11-83 to Mulgrave 7-7-49. We've gone 10 minutes in to this final quarter.
Kick out will find the person returned to the game. So Kissian's got it. Still inside his fort. Defensive 45. Chopped up kick inboard. Dangerous because now it's in the hands of Van Grondel. Gets it to Moore. Moore dribbles it because he had no one in front of him. And the straight passage to goal. That was a dangerous kick to probably a rusty Sarkissian. And bit off more than he can chew. Turnover ball. Finish with the hand pass to direction of Moore. And it fell into his hands for a snap at goal on the deck. Another goal, and that is Wantirna's 13th. They lead out to 13-11, 89, 40-point margin. Mulgrave 7-7-49. And I'm willing to call it this game over, unfortunately.
Hey. Well, there's been a lot of turnovers, and that's what's cost them ultimately. But just been a frustrating day for Mulgrave. And wouldn't they have loved a guy like Fletcher Roberts out there today? Just someone that they could swing from one end of the ground to the other, just vary up some positional changes, but they just haven't had that flexibility to do so this afternoon.
There's play on the outer side wing. Disney gets tackled, and it's going to be holding the ball, and it's going to go to Mulgrave. Josh Parker will have this one. He's got on the outer side wing. He gets it in forward on the centre of the forward 50 of Mulgrave, but it gets smothered. Mulgrave can go into the attack, picking it up is Falloon and finds Wall. He's having a really good last quarter, I think, for Mulgrave.
Yep.
Definitely looking to for the future, I reckon, with this player. And he's going to back himself here, so he'll be right on the 45 paint arc down here at Walker Park. So he lines up. He can line up and kick Mulgrave's 8th of the day here. Wall lines up. kick. It's going to go to the left, and it might be out of bounds on the full, but the umpire's found a free kick, and it's going to go to Mulgrave. Trying to find who will have this. Nothing really said here. Oh, yep, there it is. And I think it's going to go to Curtis, the ruckman.
Is it Butcher?
Butcher. We'll give it to Butcher, and he kicks a goal. So he kicks Mulgrave's 8th of the day, and that moves it to 8-7-55 to Wantirna South, 13-11-89. We've just gone 13 minutes in to this final quarter.
When they review the year, Ryan, Mulgrave, they will be disappointed that they've taken a step one game back from where they were last year. But it's just been because they haven't had the continuity of players throughout the course of the year. They just had guys coming in and out of the team, and they just... But
been a little bit interrupted, hasn't it?
And interrupted, but they just... today they've just been well and truly beaten from the outset, and that's been a bit of an issue. But for going forward, they're probably just going to have to look at some... maybe key forwards.
Yeah, and also just a system to get it from the spread. But it's Wantirna South eventually getting the centre clearance back of the centre back. Moore's on the end of it. He didn't look when he hand passed over his shoulder, so it's been chopped off by his opponent in Davidson. But that's turned over again. And Caney just seems to be in the right spot just for every turnover as he kicks to Moore. And they'll just share it around with Wantirna South on the outer side. They're more composed. The skills are more in line with possession footy. And this guy, Leggett, what a classy, skillful player he is.
Pipes on him.
They've been a great recruit for him this year.
He doesn't really miss targets. This time he just puts it in the direction of a flyer. Coming in late, Grimer. He might have had a teammate to take it in front of him.
Dean O'Neill's called it a mark.
So Warner will pick himself up with the ball in hand and will have the kick at goal. It looked like Grimer was in good position, but Warner planted himself there, and Leggett's kick was just a prop one to find that a player underneath it, and Warner obliged with the mark inside 45. So he's taken at least 3-4 marks inside 45, has Warner. He got the first 2 goals on the board for this game, and they never looked back since he got him started. And all this talk, he hasn't missed again. It's his 3rd. Warner's got 3. The fire starter finishing off the game in fine style. Warner 3rd gets Wantirna South's 14th on the board. 14-11-95. Mulgrave 8-7-55. 40-point margin halfway through this final term. Have you got more scores because there's more closer games around?
Yeah,
more drama.
Ray Baird is just sent in, and Roval 57 to South Croydon 55. 16 minutes in to the final quarter.
We'll have to get him on the line. He might have to do some commentary.
In Div 1, scores are level between Beaky and North Ringwood. It's Beaky 8-11-59 to North Ringwood 9-5-59.
Bit of extra time, maybe.
Well, it's always good, especially in prelims and elimination final, and that mark is taken.
Clark again.
Quinn Clark.
I think that going forward into these last 2 finals, if they are able to get to a grand final, that forward line might be pretty key because they've got
options.
You're right. They've got so many options. Hewitt hasn't kicked the goal, has he, today?
No, he hasn't. Got sent off, of course.
Yeah. And they're going to hit over 100 points.
Yeah. So Clark can line up.
But it was that midfield against Templestowe, wasn't it?
So Clark can line up a kick. Wantirna South's 15 of the day. Crowd will let us know, but it's through for a behind. It moves the score to 14-12, 96 to Mulgrave 8-7-55. We've gone 6 minutes into the final quarter, and that is a torp, and it's going to go into the centre of the ground. Always love it when the players do a torp or a big bomb when they kick it out. Remember, I used to do it in under 10s footy, and it was pretty good footy.
But what a battle next week looks like between Wanty South and Surrey Park.
Thank you, Spider, for getting us back on track.
And as the play resumes, we're in the deep side of forward 50 arc of Mulgrave, and a strong tackle laid. Just a bit of fun on Sunday, boys. I know it is a bit of me time, but...
Do you reckon that's how he sold his way into Forest Hill?
They had their party celebrations yesterday, so chose to be with you guys. So it's just love my footy, and the ball is borne up. So scoreboard reads Wantirna South 14-12-96 to Mulgrave 8-7-55. 17 minutes into this final quarter. Wantirna South will progress through to a prelim final. Of course, getting relegated, this will be a free kick. It's going to go to Mulgrave. And I think it's going to be the captain who will have this kick in Tilliard. He's having I reckon he's been, if you wanted to find some best players for Mulgrave, I think he'll be up there.
Well, he's been their best player probably,
Yeah.
He's fought hard all afternoon in the midfield and has been close on a couple of attempts on goal. So hopefully for his sake he's able to put this one through.
So Tilliard, the captain, can finish up on a high. He's having a pretty solid afternoon. If you're picking some players from Mulgrave, he'll be up there. And it's going to go to the left, and he's going to find a pack. Gets spoiled. A lot of Mulgrave jumpers, but again, Wantirna South, the defence has been rock solid all day. And this one might be holding the ball due to dragging it in.
Dragged it in.
And it is, and it's going to be a holding the ball.
Another great decision.
There is Liam Hewitt. There he is, Ryan, just in case we found him. And a mark is taken. And it's going to go to Jack O'Keefe. He's just going to slow things down, tell the boys, come on, we're into a prelim final, nothing silly. So he's going to back himself here. So what, so the arc is 45 here at Mitcham. So I think
Big 55.
55, yeah.
60.
And he plays on, doesn't want that, and fights a great hit. That is as good as you get. The big strong drooks of Quinn Clark, and he can kick goal number 5, I believe it will be.
Just right before he kicked it, I was just looking at his hand. It was a little bit of a motioning for Clark to go over.
He shouldn't have been allowed to take that much time. It was so unrealistic that he was going to score. The umpire got conned by him putting the ball on the ground. He should have been told, you put the ball on the ground, it's play on.
It's play on.
Clark can kick Wantirna South 15-5 today, and that's a good kick. And guess what? They're in the prelim final. Wantirna South 15-12, 102 to Mulgrave 8-7-55. We're approaching the time on stage here, and we're just approaching the 20-minute mark. Paul Coney starts.
They've only had 6 inside 50s this last quarter, Mulgrave, but they've taken 5 marks inside 50 in the last quarter.
Yeah, so it's efficient, isn't it?
So a big last quarter.
Also, another thing to note, it's their first finals win, I think, since about 2016, maybe, Blake?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. But and the thing is, they would have been disappointed after last week's showing, but they get another crack next week against Surrey Park.
High 5 goals from Clark, and Mulgrave are trying to wrestle the ball out of the middle.
Just to tell you, Ryan, it was the 26th grand final. Wantirna South people don't want to know about that because they lost by, I think, 95 points that day to Bayswater. So,
which year was that?
2016,
yeah.
Bayswater won.
So a bit of potential mouthing off that gives a free kick away. So the kick by Dale out of the middle gets out wide. They're going maybe too wide with Morse just diving into the ball, takes the mark before the line. So the right side of Walker Park goes now inboard. Long driving ball. In position there. Dale couldn't take the mark. Ground level. Disputed ball. Tackles fly. And they're still going hard, the Devils. And that was brilliantly done by Never Give Up by Dale, I think, who took the driving tackle into Rauskas. And they're going to play out the full 120, the Devils. And it's been ferocious tackling that's going to win the day. Tap won by Warner, who's been rucking in the forward line, kicked 3 goals, done ruck duties for a smaller player. It's quite an interesting tactic, but he's very competitive. He'll go again. Curtis wins the tap, bigger player, front position, wins the tap down. Mulgrave can't clear their area, so Wantirna South try to go again. But, there's so much tension that that throw at the player was a bit ill-disciplined and has been picked up by the umpire. And it'll be Disney giving away the free kick. We'll just play through the middle for Wall. Another free kick against Wantirna South. He'll be looking to go off centre back. Looks inboard. Hand pass over the top. Can they get running at Mulgrave and have a bit of joy late in this contest? Sarkisian wasn't the hand pass receiver. Allows his teammate to get in, but the tackles again fly in, and Leggett leading the way. Dives on the ball. Causes a ball up, and we'll get some more scores around the grounds.
Yes, North Ringwood have gone 9 points in front of Beaky. North Ringwood 10-8-68 to Beaky, 8-11-59, and it's a point of difference between Roeville and South Croydon. Roeville 8-9-57 to South Croydon 8-8-56.
It's time on in this corner. Trust us, we'll get all the scores when they become relevant because it's tight elsewhere. It's not tight here at Walker Park. 23 minutes gone, fourth quarter. Wantirna South 102 will progress to the semi-final, leading Mulgrave 55.
The 24.5 minute mark in Premier as well, so maybe extra time perhaps.
So it's taken out of the ruck by Butcher, who's done some ruck this quarter, helped out Curtis at times in the second half. McGowan runs onto it. His hand pass was to the opposition. Lovely received by Hunt. He was grateful. Now they'll go out wide. Moore's got involved in the second half. Been a good scouting ringman. Now the run open loop to Andrew. Andrew gets it in to the forward line. No mark taken. Quinn's thereabouts, but he's got a teammate who'll take it on. And Leggett was in position.
Score update.
Takes the tackle.
Question, Ryan, on the AFL Play app, does it pop up with extra? If it goes to extra time, does it pop up with extra time, or does it keep showing the last quarter?
Well, I'm not sure. We're going to find out today, I guess.
I'm reasonably sure it continues with the last quarter because I think we've seen up to 40 minutes odd.
So Grimer can play on. Big discussion post-game as a fist is laid. Snap around the corner. Guess who it is? The man who's kicked 6. I can say that again. And that is, of course, Quinn Clark. He's kicked 6, boys. 6 of the best.
Big finals performance.
And 16-12, 108 to Mulgrave, 8-7-55. We've gone 24 minutes into this final quarter. And if I was James Kenworthy and Surrey Park, you've got a big job to do next week because this board line has just gone off its head at the moment. Clark's kicked 6, O'Keefe's kicked 3, Warner's kicked 3. There's a lot of names that Surrey Park would have to do their research on. And I do have a score as well from Ray Bairds. Roeville 63 to South Croydon 56. So there you go. Jubilee Park. And they get it out here to Mulgrave. And an open goal square, and it's going to get touched by, guess who? Dane Andrew. What a game he's having for this Wantirna South.
Back to 3 points between Beaky and North Ringwood. It is North Ringwood 10-8-68 to Beaky 9-11-65.
How long gone in that final quarter?
16.5 minutes.
So plenty of time there.
Nearly a great goal there by Riley Valanis, who was running from inside the square, but Andrew was coming with the flight of it. Last touch before a point. Pushing off, Morris pushes off his opponent at half forward, takes the mark as they get it going from full back to Wantirna South. Their transition football has been elite today. Low kick by Morris. Sarkisian placed himself beautifully in defence to take the mark. Last time he went inboard, it was dangerous. Again, he doesn't hit a target. Turnover ball lands in the hands of O'Keefe. Loads up from 45, missing to the left. And it would have been some great excitement for the Devils to finish this game off. But O'Keefe misses. 16-13, 109. Wantirna South leading Mulgrave 8-8-56. I think O'Keefe's kicked 3-3 today.
That's a final score at Jubilee Park.
Yep, so Roeville winners for that one. They win by 7 points, 63 to 56. So well done to Roeville, and that is it. The Devils, don't count them out yet. They have a massive statement win here. The winners 16-13, 109, defeated Mulgrave 8-8-56. Big game, and they've done it well. First finals win since the 2016 prelim final or semi-final. So a long time before drinks. And the goal kickers were Quinn Clark, he kicked 6. And as well with O'Keefe and Warner kicking 3 each. And then singles to Moore, McMillan, Morris and Hunt. And then for the goal kickers for Mulgrave, Thompson with 3. And then singles to Woll, Butcher, Dean and of course Sarkisian. So well done to Wantirna South. Big win. You hear the sound of the song. Always great when you hear the song. We'll hear from Jared Beelan on the boundary. But this is a big win from Wantirna South. You know, a long time for drinks. This proud club relegated last year, and we've got to remember they've been a class ahead this year, of course. So big win.
Solid four-quarter performance, Blake. It really was. Right from the outset, they made a statement. Early goals on the board. pressure around the ball. They moved the ball. They illustrated what they wanted to do. They shopped early. They really put Mulgrave on the back foot. So you've got to acknowledge that. Mulgrave were really never, ever in the contest. They were always chasing the game. So they get the opportunity next week against Surrey Park. Mulgrave have to go away, have a look at, have a think about how they can improve in 2026. But the focus now for the Devils is a meeting with Surrey Park next weekend.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I've got Nathan Dinez and Quinn Clark. Quinn, first of all, 6 goals from you. How does it feel?
Pretty good. Feels good to bounce back after last week. We're a little bit flat. To respond today was pretty big, massive by the boys. Loved it.
It's first win for Wantirna South since 2016, I've been reliably informed. Nathan, you've been with the club a long time. What does this mean?
Oh, it means everything. Like, we haven't played finals in a long time. New group of boys, about 12 of them. It's about their first final, so we're here to take it on. Bring on Surrey next week.
And I've noticed just the discipline in the back line from you guys to hold your space and to hold the zone. I've been very impressed with that today. What's it like to play with the boys around you that just seem to keep such cool heads?
Oh, it's just hard work and discipline, really. Sorry about the swearing.
That's the first
Yeah,
form.
it's just we've been working on our performance all year, and it's finally good to put it all together.
And Quinn, I look down at the score sheet, and it's a pretty typical Wantirna South score sheet because you've got multiple goals coming from multiple angles. Same question to you. What's it like to be around such an enthusiastic group of goal kickers?
Nah, it's good. The variety of boys. You got key forwards that can play small, smalls that can play key. You can see it throughout the year. We kick big scores because it's well balanced. It's awesome. The boys are energetic, and we love it.
Awesome, wonderful. Get in the rooms and enjoy.
Well done there. Thank you, Jared, and they love it. Nathan Dinez dropping the first finals F-bomb. We can count that to the history books for 2025. I'm sure we'll get plenty more as well. So
particularly as we get into grand finals.
Yes. I think Charlie Haley he dropped a lot last year. But
he was crying when he did, though.
Yes. But they're going to sing. We're going to go. Might get Jared Beelan to see if he can go in the rooms, of course.
No, there's no way he'll get it around the corner.
Okay. It's not going to work. We can scrap that, Jared.
Well, Jared, while you're down here, you can get the goalpost padding covered for me.
Just on the other end,
thanks,
Jared.
Mate.
Yeah, it's all right. He knows where to get it from, Blake. We know you've done it the last couple of times.
Yeah, just down the end, Jared. The other side, mate. I can see you, mate. Yep. There you go. Beautiful. So big win. Thank you again, Paul Laconey, on the scores and stats. Terrific job as well. So we might, I reckon we might.
Got a bit of Robbie Williams on.
Oh, I love a bit of Robbie Williams. I went to his last concert down at Amy Park. So we might start off with Division 4, boys. We might, because obviously that's the score that we know for next week, because it is grand final day, of course. So Whitehorse winners in the end. They won by 40 points. They progressed through to the decider. Back-to-back grand finals for Whitehorse. Win by 40 points. Playing against Chirnside Park on the weekend next week. Benchmark team Chirnside up against Whitehorse. What are we going to make of this one for next week? Chirnside will be the favourites, no doubt.
Just before we get into that, the game live in Division 1 at Pinks Reserve. It's back to 5 points again, so there's been a goal back and forth in this last quarter. North Ringwood 10-10-70 leading Beaconsfield 9-11-65.
Can you see who's kicked goals, or are they not doing it today? I know I've put you on the pump there, but...
hasn't got the actual goal kickers.
Okay, fair enough. But, yeah, so next week, Division 4 grand final between Chirnside Park and Whitehorse. Chirnside will be the
they start favourites, Blake. I mean, Whitehorse, they get the opportunity to redeem themselves after what was... a massive defeat at the hands of Scoresby last year, so they'll be motivated by that to turn that result around. Look, I think it's one of those. It's a grand final, so if they're not motivated by that Whitehorse, then nothing will.
Yeah.
So look, it's a game of footy during the year. Whitehorse certainly, were up for the fight in an early encounter during the year against Chirnside. Chirnside Park, they've been the dominating side throughout the course of the year, but now the big challenge for them is to get the job done. So there's probably more pressure on Chirnside Park than what there is for Whitehorse. It's a bit of a free hit for Whitehorse.
Yeah, I think it is too.
If they can, so it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Kind of what it was last year as well. Scoresby were obviously the red-hot favourites going into that game as well. So that's Division 4. We'll talk about that on the forecast, no doubt.
Yeah, we'll go more in depth. Yeah.
And Div 3 grand final. is Donvale for a 4th straight grand final. They'll be taking on Scoresby, who were the premiers last year. Now they're into another grand final, which is huge by them. This has to be it, doesn't it, boys? I think we've done enough mucking around with Donvale. I'm saying this right now, they've got to win.
They've got to win it.
They've got to win it. You know,
Well, they need it.
4 times the charm.
They need it, but it's a funny thing. The
there's
pressure,
never any certainty, is
the
there?
pressure is on them, Spider, because we've seen what's happened, and they have had, when they've started these games against Scoresby this year, started so well and looked like they had their number, but each time Scoresby have been able to come back into the game.
Yeah,
so
look, it's going to be who
no
can
margin.
run out the game. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be whether Donvale can get out to a lead and hold that lead. Now, if Scoresby were to get out to a lead in this grand final, can Donvale track that lead down? I'm not so sure. So it's going to be that's going to be the challenge. But so we're in for a really enthralling encounter, I think, in Division 3. I think that's going to be an absolute ripping contest, and I think it'll be very close.
Before we go to a break, Blake, I have been reliably informed by Kate the first F-bomb was actually delivered during the women's grand final, Div 4, one of the Div 4 grand finals.
Yep. What was this? Sorry.
The first F-bomb of the final series for this year.
Sorry, yes. All right, we're going to take a short break, and after this, we're going to talk Divisions 2, 1 and Premier to discuss next week as well. The Devils winners 16-13, 109, defeated Mulgrave 8-8-56. We'll be back for more action.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Division 2 semi-final played here at Walker Park. It was the Devils winners 16-13, 109, defeated Mulgrave 8-8-56. This is post-game. We're going to go to Ryan Long with comment.
Oh, we're just going live in that Division 1 semi-final between Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. We're 28 and a half minutes into the last quarter. North Ringwood still leading by 5 points. 10-10, 70-9, 11-65. So we will keep you updated, of course, in the last couple of minutes as that game starts to finish.
Would be a huge win for North Ringwood. My name's Blake Tennant, joined by my co-commentator Gav Casey, Ryan Long, Matt Spider Lee, and Jared Beelin on the boundary, of course. So we've got I think we were up to Division 2. So Templestowe, they're in the grand final. We won't talk about that. We already know what's happening there. But next week, here on this exact ground where we are right now, it's Surrey Park taking on Wantirna South. We saw the Devils in action. Big win, 8-goal win, of course, today. I think Surrey Park, it's got the work out for him, I reckon. You know, if you have a look at the goal kickers, of course, Quinn Clark kicking 6, O'Keefe and Warner kicking 3 apiece, and then all single goal kickers as well. So I definitely think Surrey Park will have their work cut out, Gav.
Well, the one advantage for Wantirna South is they're highly skilled, composed. Their spread from when they win a stoppage clearance is very good for this division.
Yep.
Like I feel like they excel when they get their hands on the ball, and they do that through tackling. So very rounded effort here, and the fact that Clark was taking marks up forward in defence, they didn't look like they were panicking at all, as you were saying to the guys. The ruck is a clear advantage for them with Dinez.
Yep.
So
well, the ruck draw will be really important next week, Gav, because Woodfall is a very good ruck for Surrey Park. So it's going to be a really important matchup. Look, I mean, defensively for Surrey Park up against those key forwards for Wantirna South, it will be a real interesting battle. Last week, Surrey Park probably had the better of that battle, but it's just whether they can have that better of the battle through the midfield this time again as well. I mean, without Marn, we've always had that question mark, but they got the job done last week. But this time around, we always talk about when you lose, whether it's a qualifying final or a second semi, when you go back the second time to play the other team twice in the finals, how many times do we see it where the result is reversed? I mean, remember the famous Essendon Geelong game in 1989 game? We talk about that famous one, like there was the thrashing of 89. You go, oh, hang on, what's going on there? And then in the end, Geelong ended up.
Remember that one, Blake?
Playing prelim. You guys weren't around.
He wasn't around. We weren't even thought about that.
But I even remember Mitchum thrashed Donny East.
Yeah, Donny East.
Was it Donny East or Donny? And they in the preliminary final, they got it turned around. They won by 15 goals the time before. So
it has happened before.
Yeah, even up at Premier and Premier South Croydon. It was a draw, wasn't it?
I think.
We've seen it happen second
and then the following year, it was way different.
If you want to have a look at a result as well, look back at 2023, Montrose beat Mitcham, and then the other 2 weeks ago, Mitcham beat Montrose, and then we all know what happened after that.
Yeah, so. How many times it's happened with South Belgrave? It's happened. Happened a couple of times. It's happened a couple of times with Park Orchards.
Yep.
Is there a hunter v hunted sort of mentality that now switches? I feel like in that qualifying final, Surrey Park came in as the hunter, and they've been the hunter for years now, and suddenly the tables might be turned a little bit. Wantirna South, they're coming from the semi-final. Surrey Park, they who do we go in as the favourites as though? Like
pretty 50-50.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Okay, I'm going to put everyone on the spot here, and you can say. Start off with you, Gav. Who wins next week, Wantirna South or Surrey Park?
Look, my opinion, I haven't seen enough, but just going on today, I have a funny feeling Wantirna South can shut the game down a bit because they would hate to turn it over in the middle of the ground. They didn't today. I think if Wantirna South keep intercepting like they did today, they will be very dangerous.
Yep.
It's a good question.
We'll go to the others shortly, but I've got a full-time score down at Pink's Reserve. North Ringwood are through to a prelim final. They defeated Beaconsfield by 5 points, so they're into a prelim final, which is massive as well.
Well done. That's a great result.
That is incredible to see North Ringwood into a prelim final. And we might just make comment. Ryan, just a tip for next week. Surrey Park or Wantirna South, putting you on the spot. I like it.
I'll say you're not held to it. You can change by Friday.
At this stage, and I'm biased because I've just seen Wantirna South played, but I'll tip the Devils.
Spider, just quickly, just a tip.
I'd probably be leaning towards the Devils. I think they could probably turn the fortunes around. But Surrey Park, I think they'll give a good account of themselves.
And Jared?
I've got the Devils on this one. Coming into this game, I would have said Surrey Park would have gone in as favourites against either of these two teams, but it was such an impressive game today.
It's an imposing forward line, isn't it?
It is. It's an imposing forward line. It's an imposing team in general when they're able to keep their heads so well throughout the game. They kept the pressure up. They kept their disposal to an elite level, and they didn't drop off at any part of the game.
It is funny because I think if we watched yesterday's game, we're probably all sitting here tipping Surrey Park because of the way they played against Templestowe, and defensively very strong, and they're not going to get as. They're not going to kick 100 on Surrey Park next week if they win. I think it will be a lot tighter, and one of those games that could be, like the semi-final yesterday.
How good is the final three of this division? What an intriguing sort of dynamic between the three of them that we've got now.
Well, I think, and at the end of the day, I think we've got the best.
It's the best
throughout the season. They've been a little bit above the fourth and fifth spots. And that's been proven. That's why the top three are the top three in going into preliminary final week.
Generally, the ladder doesn't lie. It always, sorts you out in terms of your finishing places.
Yep.
So we're moving on to Division 1, and we just heard the result. North Ringwood are through to a prelim final, boys. So that's a massive win for North Ringwood. My most improved side for the year.
Well, we spoke about it at the start of the year, Blake, that they could be the most improved side. We forecast it. It's happened. They've won 2 finals beyond expectation, and you've got to be congratulated.
Matt Price will have to be in calculations for Coach of the Year, I reckon. So we'll talk about that game. Obviously, Park Orchards, they're into a grand final. And can I just say, boys, Park Orchards have 3 sides into the grand final. And if you think about it, Park Orchards' women's side won the grand final last week. So they could bring home 4 cups next week, 2 weeks' time, which is incredible for Park Orchards. It's just a rise at this stage. So next week it will be North Ringwood taking on, of course,
South Belgrave.
That is a side that goes into that final with absolutely nothing to lose, North Ringwood, and they are coming in with some huge momentum. The way they finished off this season, they've been the side that I think we all expected them to improve somewhat, Blake. And they have done that, but I don't think anyone would have sat there at the start of the season and say that they're going to be playing off in a preliminary final. They've been, you're right. Credit to Matt Price. He would be a very good contender for Coach of the Year.
And what we saw yesterday from South Belgrave and what we've seen from North Ringwood in terms of the result today and the style of play that they present, that might worry South Belgrave. A fast run and gun, depending on the conditions of the ground. South Belgrave, they'll have to be really on their mettle to. They'll have to really be on mettle to stop.
You mentioned it before, Spider. There are demons there. Straight sets last year, losing in the grand final to Mitcham. North Ringwood's the one team that beat them in the home and away season.
And there is, and I think, there is demons and there's psychological edge. Absolutely.
Can I just say as well? When have we seen Tim Smith goalless? So he'll be fired up, ready to go for prelim final week next week. So he'll have his hands full, no doubt. But the midfield, like I've been saying the last couple of weeks, if North Ringwood want to get on top, they probably got on top today.
Well, you've got to shut the inside rundown of South Belgrave, and that's exactly what was shut down yesterday. Park Orchards, outside run, ball transition. Now, the thing about North Ringwood is they are a transition side from half back, and if they get that ball moving at speed and they have to execute and take their chances, then who knows? They've just got to be able to take their chances and hit the scoreboard. Can't afford to cough that ball up through the corridor, because that's when South Belgrave do punish you accordingly.
It would honestly be a miss opportunity if South Belgrave do lose in straight sets. Losing the one game for the whole year.
But it's been done before.
Yeah, when was the last time?
There's a lot of football teams in history that have done it, but where they.
I haven't really seen it locally in the EFNL since I've joined. I haven't really seen maybe Templestowe. Oh no, they won the final. Yep, sorry, can't say that. So I haven't seen it locally that when I've joined that a team's lost in straight sets. I don't recall. I know you've.
What do you mean? South Belgrave did it last year.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Waverley Blues as well.
Waverley Blues.
I've seen Waverley Blues do it.
Yeah, so it could be 4 straight losses for the Saints.
East Ringwood.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Well,
a couple of years ago.
Could happen.
Could happen again.
Could happen again
next week. So that's your Division 1 prelim final next week at Pinks Reserve.
What do we got for Premier, Blake, next week?
Premier, we've got 2 games, of course.
That's right.
Our first semi-final will be played at Home Park, Beaconsfield, and Blackburn taking on Bowen. And we'll start off with Bowen. Obviously, we've seen Bowen yesterday, and they were pretty rock solid, I thought. Just the corridor, they were slicing up East Ringwood, I thought. And, even though the scoreboard was 2 behinds to start the game, I thought to wonder, when are we going to get a really good score in this game? And, well, to Bowen's credit, their stars lifted. I've even got the sheet here as well, and I thought Jack Tillich was superb. He kicked 3 as well. Mike Koski and Charlie Haley only kicked 1 goal, so that's a win for Bowen, but they're going to have their hands cut open by Blackburn next week, definitely.
Well, it's going to be a big test. Blackburn, we know, have been the dominant side of the home and away, but finals, it's a different story. There's going to be a real challenge. It's going to be played on a big ground. Blackburn are going to have to really adapt. Bowen will certainly want to try and close that game down and stop the way that Blackburn play in the second semi. We know that they're a good stoppage side. They like to, particularly at forward stoppage, so they're going to have to defend really well, Bowen. We know that both got really good midfields. Both will work really hard. So the interceptors from Bowen will be busy. So it's going to be an enormous challenge. So I think we all say that potentially, it's got the possibility of a grand final on it. Like we can, this could be the making what we see in a couple of weeks after that as well.
I think the boys in Blackburn, Lawler's going to be electric. Stoddart, he's, in my opinion, if you had to pick a recruit of the year in all grades, he's probably the number 1 for my opinion.
Rolly Stoddart.
Yeah, he's having a terrific year as well. And so Lawler, Stoddart,
well, Lawler's been around for years.
Woodford, he's another one that's going to have a big say next week as well. So that final,
it's Waller, Toby Waller, who's kicked all the goals up forward. He's going to be the big threat. Macadorian, he's kicked 30 odd goals this year. Just his forward craft being that mid forward. He's going to be something that Bowen are going to have to really put some time into. So there's a lot that Bowen are going to have to do, a little bit of thinking, and just the balance of their team. So, but Blackburn, they deserve probably slight favouritism going into that game. They'll be refreshed. They'll have they'll be relaxed after the weekend off.
The red jackets will be up and about.
They will be. So look, a spot in the grand final is on the line, and if Blackburn can get that first step in there, they'll give themselves a really good chance. I don't think whoever loses next week, I don't think there'll be any panic stations. It just means you just got to play that extra final because the possibility is that you'll still both teams could still probably play. I mean, the big concern for me is a team like East Ringwood. Next weekend. The pressure is now on East Ringwood the most.
Well, that's the game next week. Sunday at Jubilee Park in Ringwood. It's Roval taking on East Ringwood as well. And Spider, you mentioned it as well.
1 win out of their last 5 finals.
Yep, so they're in a bit of trouble, I reckon, out of all these sides. And
probably didn't want to play Roval.
Yeah,
I don't think.
I think if you're an outside mutual fan, you would say Roval would definitely be fired up, ready to go against East Ringwood. So, but we might touch on South Croydon. What a rise too, by the way, boys. To go 0-5 to start the year. Definitely a lot of questions asked. And to be
you had him in the furnace.
I did have him in the furnace. I did.
Buried.
Yeah, I did. And they've won 10 games.
The crematorium he had him in.
They've won 10 games since that 0-5 start, which is incredible for this team. Without Kilpatrick, he'll be back next year, I hope, as well. So they're going to have a lot of things recruits-wise. They need to find a ruckman. I think that's what's sort of let them down. They've got Latchford, of course. He's a young up-and-coming ruckman, of course.
You want that secondary ruckman, I think.
Yeah.
I still think they also need another defender.
Yeah.
I'd like to think they need another tall defender just to give them some extra support down back.
Yeah.
A lot of burden has been put on the shoulders of Matt Aldis and Matt George as well. And look,
maybe a key intercept defender. Maybe.
Someone who can play off a man.
And would they look at maybe another sort of small forward, perhaps.
Yeah, well, they found one in Connor Smith. Obviously, he spent some time at Footscray VFL, so he missed out on a few games, of course, but obviously you want to play at the highest level that's available at this stage. So, one on to South Croydon. So, East Ringwood, of course, taking on Roeville. We'll just quickly touch on that one. I think Roeville, to me, I think they'll be favourites. That's how I think this game is.
Do
you agree with that?
Yep, I have to agree. Given how they played against East Ringwood past two times, we were there. The first time at East Ringwood.
Yeah, Roeville for me, probably at this early stage. East Ringwood, I think there's a lot of work to do. I mean, they have not been convincing since the mid part of the year. There seems to be some sort of a disconnect at the moment, the way that they're playing. Like the forwards, they're kicking inaccurately. They're not getting good looks at goal. Midfield are doing an okay job defensively. We know Tweedy and Delaney are playing some okay footy, but they're not the team that they were last year and the year before.
Probably this year as well. East Ringwood when they were 7-0.
But I don't think even when they were 7-0 this year, I don't think they were playing superb footy. They were just playing. They were just okay. I mean, they were only winning some of those games by a couple of goals.
And the big in, and they'll get this played back for next week. And Josh Tovey will be available.
But is he actually going to? Because I've heard other.
No, I spoke to him yesterday. He's a good friend of mine. So
we'll hold on that till Friday just to confirm.
Loser is a soft drink on Saturday because I guarantee you that he'll be playing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, if he comes back in, if he does, that is a big fillet for them. But they need someone of his class and his capability in that team.
A close personal friend of yours.
Yes, and he was the runner yesterday for East Ringwood. So that's how I guarantee you that he'll be putting on the boots in the blue and white jumper.
Oh, they'll need him. So.
They really could have used, even if it, regardless of the fact that it's Josh Tovey and he's such a good player, they needed that extra sort of rotation through the midfield. I feel like Urban and Smith just got on top yesterday, and it. I think that against the stack line up in the midfield for Roeville, it does balance the state of things a little bit. But, I don't know. Across all grounds, you mentioned the disconnect, Spider, and it just really did feel that hits the nail on the head from what we saw yesterday.
Yep. So just remember, it's one of the biggest days of the calendar year. Division 3 and Division 4 grand finals, boys? Yep. It's come really quickly at this stage, of course. So big crowds, especially down at Jubilee Park. I hope there's not the 10-year celebrations next week.
Of Aqua Nation.
I wonder how many...
Apparently there was car parks inside the ground, so I don't know why Ray was very, very paranoid about it. But
it's a Ray Baird, you think. So that will be played at Jubilee Park, of course. I expect it to be. And I'm not going to say it, but I had a look at the weather, 22 degrees.
Beautiful.
So
are you with us Saturday, Sunday?
I'll be here. I'll be there both days, mate.
Well, you'll need a good rest because I saw you last night when we were leaving Evenell House.
Please, no.
Going down Scoresby Road, going through a red light, stopping halfway through the intersection and then reversing backwards after you were beeped by another car.
I knew you would bring that up and you were right behind me too, but... got tooted pretty hard driving back.
All I was thinking, who is this idiot who's gone through the red light? And then I've looked at the car and I've gone, oh, that's Blake. I'm going to give him a call.
It's a true story of what happened last night. I was too...
Where was Highway Patrol when you needed it?
I was too focused on the other set of lights, which was green, but I didn't see the red lights in front of me. So
there is Highway Patrol. They're based next door here. You're at Mitcham, and you know who works there? Big Adam Slater.
We want it on TV. That'd be a classic.
Even Big Peter Street. You don't want to run into them.
I was very happy there was no...
They'll drag you out of the car.
There was no speed camera or anything because I would have been caught, I reckon.
Yes, that would have been a big fine.
It would be. So that's Division 3 Grand Final Day, which will be next Saturday, of course. Sunday, of course, Chermside Park looking for their first premiership since 2010. And guess who coached that? Brett Davidson, part of the media crew, of course.
True.
So he'll be up and about, seeing his old side, Chermside, for that one. So they're looking for that glory as well. Well, for Whitehorse, they're looking to do what they did on this very ground in 2018 when they want to get another premiership to their side as well. They made the grand final. So that's Division 4.
Just quickly, we do have updates from Whitehorse. They have put in the best best players
here
and
we
the
go.
goals. Might
Yeah,
as well
fill us in.
throw that out there. Daniel Horvath, he kicked 4 today. Patrick Carroll,
He
Anthony.
played really well from all reports, and Lee Odermatt was out there and he was messaging.
Okay, all right. Well, big ups from Leo Odermatt. That would mean a lot. Patrick Carroll, Anthony Sharp, Tom Young, they all kicked 3. Ed Sim and Josh Taylor got on the board for 1. James Nelson was listed as their best on ground with Ed Sim, Michael McDougall, Fabris, Dalglish and Carroll.
Look at Jared, the man of the hour, just giving us the good news is what we need as well. And we might, we've got 4 minutes, so what does the week look like for the rest of you guys before Saturday?
Well, Blake, I've had a question from one of our loyal viewers. Ben from Hobart wants to know who's going to be on the next Spider's Web.
Oh, yes. Who will be on that one, Spider?
Well, there's one that I'm not sure if it's been posted yet. I think we had...
There's one coming this week.
One coming this week,
Give us a hint without dropping the name.
What club?
What club?
He's played at multiple clubs.
So that doesn't give us a...
It's Jack Nicholas?
Give us one. Not his most famous club. Give us one that's, not quite famous.
Probably not so famous. Probably the not so famous club is Bayswater.
Okay. Was he a premiership player?
No, this is guess who?
20 questions.
Has he got glasses?
Yes, he's a premiership player, but not with. Oh, yes, he is a premiership player with Bayswater. Yes, he is.
I think I might know. I'm not going to say who, but I think I know.
Okay, I think we can make a YouTube channel out of this.
Well, we will have a
Netflix series.
We will have hopefully it'll be up on YouTube for
this is basically just Warple, isn't
Ben Searle, Ben White, Ben Warren Smith.
There's going to be plenty. There's plenty of names that are on a long list for next season.
Is it going to have a summer series as well?
Yeah, we're doing a summer series. We are doing a summer series. Yeah, doing a summer series, and we'll be. There's a big backlog of people to be speaking to.
I think your dad might be one of the potential candidates.
Probably his mum as well.
Got a good reputation.
Yes, he's like, have you talked to him yet, Spider?
Yes, he's agreed. He's one of the ones that signed up. There's a couple
signed on the summer series.
There's a couple.
Well, he's got more time in his hands now.
Just got to check his availability between when he goes on a golf course.
Well, he's always on Wednesday, Spider. So any day of the week.
Well, let's hope he has the same manager as TDK.
If he's not available, just get Mrs. Blake's mum.
So I'll be asking you for a little bit of research. On
don't worry, I've
got all the good research.
I've heard all about it when he tells me when he kicked 10 goals against Vermont and all those other big powerhouse clubs. So don't you worry about that, Spider. We might wrap things up here down here at Walker Park. Of course, it's been a pleasure to be alongside with you guys, Gav Casey. As I said on pre-game, it's an absolute thrill to call game with you today. As I said, when I was a little kid, hearing you and BWS call footy, it's always great, and it was a privilege to call game with you today.
Well, thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that, and it was one of my privileges too. I'm glad we could share this moment to commentate a game. Pity it wasn't the most closest, but
we made it.
Another joy to be here at EFNL Footy. Yep. It's fantastic to be with you, mate.
To Ryan Long, our media manager, big week ahead with grand finals, and Matt Spider Lee. Thanks for doing special comments.
No worries, Blake.
Thank you, BT.
All the listeners and viewers, and look forward to a big weekend coming up next week.
Paul Laconia, of course, doing a terrific job on the scores and stats, and Jared Beelan on the boundary. Terrific job.
Thanks very much, Blake. Great. Well, very well called today as well by yourself and Gavin.
No worries. And to LKLM Media, got it again. Thanks again for looking after us. Terrific camera work on long today. And that was it. Wantirna South winners. My name's Blake Tennant. The Devils progress through to a prelim final, and they move again to Surrey Park at Walker Park. This is another edition of Eastland Match of the Round.
Quick question from Ned on YouTube. Is Odermatt joining the media team or playing on next year? And there you go.
There you go.